There we go. We should be on now. Hello and welcome to another weekly gold making rotation. I was just doing kind of my introductory character stuff that I had been doing on stream because a lot of you guys, when I put up a poll, voted that you prefer to see challenging content than introductory content of all kinds. So I figured you might not be super interested in having this little segment where I just grind out the dailies while we talk for a while and get people into the stream. But then I realized that because I pushed forward this stream by a couple of hours, we're just up against a convergence, and convergences are another very great way to do very great way to make money, and something that you definitely should do if you have the time and if you can match the time of day that they are. The fact that they only come up once every 3 hours and that you otherwise have to create a group from scratch that has to get keys, and those are expensive as well, means that they are kind of difficult to actually just do if you're just someone who doesn't have a lot of time in the game.
Shiny.
But when they come up randomly like they will here at 15:30, I think, or that's the time in my local time zone, but you know, whatever. In 15 minutes there'll be a convergence, and I am going to be jumping into that because I think that's one of the things that you should do, especially if, as let's see here, recently I've been doing the PvE Wizard's World objectives, and you can see that completing a Convergence of Fractal is one of them, which means I'll be getting that. I'll be getting the legendary rank enemy. A lot of these I'll get from the Fractal as well, but you know, it just seems nice to do the Convergence since that is one of the high-valued things you can do. Especially, it's a high-valued thing that's also a progression towards your legendary armor set if you want to get the open world armor set, which I think for most people is going to be the easiest one to get. Not necessarily the one that takes the least time, but the one that's most straightforward, so to speak. But that means that I am just going to be doing these, well, these are daily rotations really. I'm logging into each one of my characters. I have every single character parked somewhere that I need, except my main, who just opens a couple of chests. But when I use a character, I usually put it back into some kind of parked spot to make sure that we can use whatever that character gives us later on, right?
Why did I need to forget his face, Mabana?
Having, especially I think this one, the one I'm doing right now, is kind of underrated. We are talking about, I think this is a small loop I'm doing, like going around here, but there is a big loop you could do as well for more chests. But even there's just these 6 chests that this character is going to fly around to, is going to earn quite a decent chunk of gold for us here. So yeah, we are just doing these opening character moves while we're waiting for the convergence to come up here in 12 minutes now. 11 minutes. Because when you're waiting for something timed in Guild Wars 2 or in any MMO, I think one of the best things to do is to do something, just something that's, what's the word for that? When it's not difficult to quit at a moment's notice, but that it's at the same time very giving. So like every single one of the large chests I open on this route are giving me these rare drops. How to be good at Fractal? Honestly, I think it's honestly pretty easy to get good at Fractals. We're going to do Fractals today, so you'll be able to see me like go through a classic tier 4+Recs. But generally there are 2 things I think you should keep in mind. Let me just hit this one and see if I can get there. Okay, so one thing that's important to remember about Fractals is that Fractals are the one place in the game where you're actually required to have Ascended Armor. You need... I don't have it on this character. This character is just set up for strikes. It's set up to be an alacrity healer in strikes. But as you can see, legendary or ascended pieces of armor have infusion slots. And you have to fill up these infusion slots with agony resistance infusions. Because as you go... Where am I actually going? I've gotten so... Where's the lab I was going to? Okay, here. Because you have to get up to 150 infusion slots, which requires 12 of your 18 slots to be filled with +9s, and the remaining ones to be filled with +8s.
All shiny.
And then you have to learn how to... Honestly, if you're just starting out in Fractals, you have to learn how to make a group from scratch. I'm just gonna put this here, because I don't want to give away people on my friend list. Here we go. Because the most difficult thing about strikes. Strikes are kind of easy once you get into them, but... not strikes, fractals, of course. Fractals are kind of easy when you get into them, but at the beginning you have to start with the tier 1 to 25. Then, when you have reached 26 as your next fractal scale, you unlock the ability to find groups in these scales. And again at 51 and again at 76. So most groups, as you can see here, most groups will be searching for the 76 to 100 scales, just because that is the most giving scale to actually be working on. Because if you do the... What people usually do with strikes is they are going to be doing the daily... not strikes, again, fractals. They're going to be doing the daily fractals. And if you do the daily tier 4 fractals, the same one of tier 3 and of tier 2 and of tier 1 are also going to be completed. So this means that you might as well go for the higher levels once you have them unlocked. So what does that mean for you? That means that you are probably going to want to be the one that starts the group in the first fractal scales. You want to press advertise group and then just write in daily fractals. And then say anyone welcome or something like that to make sure people are also joining. Again, at these early scales, except for a couple of points, they are not going to be difficult for you at all, and you will be naturally learning them. That's probably why they put up the system like this. It's because you will naturally learn the fractals before you get to the difficult parts of them. You will not be able to do all the dailies by yourself before you actually reach the fractal scale that daily is on, but someone will probably very likely join your group that has it unlocked already. You can write help welcome if you go, or need unlock or something like that in your group finder. And then of course you need to know that since fractals are kind of endgame content, that means that even though they are easy at first, you will want to begin looking at builds at that early stage already. So open up either Meta Battle or Snow Crows. I recommend Snow Crows myself, but some people think that Meta Battle is easier to look at. But open up one of those two web pages and then just find the class that you want to play as and get a build of that class. You will probably just, if you just grab some exotic gear at first, that's going to be just fine. Again, the agony resistance, you will only need it as you get into higher levels of fractals. You'll also easily be able to get your armor by grabbing the ascended armor chest and ascended weapons chest. Nowadays they can be basically anything, which means like basically any stat line, which means you won't even have to change it to something else once you have unlocked it. So I believe that you should very much just get started and get a build and then just go for it. And again, once we've done the convergence, we're going to do first. We're going to, I'll put the scales, not the scales, the fractals before the strikes so that you're sure to catch it, since you're interested in that specific one. And then we'll just grab them and I'll talk about them as we go at that point. Yeah, I hope that answered some of the questions. I realized that it was a bit of a rant. But if you have any more specific questions or anything you'd like to review of any kind, then just, feel free to write a question anytime. I will be more than happy to answer as well as I can. Also, I'm so excited for tomorrow. I mean, I'm going to... I won't know what to do with all my shared inventory slots from tomorrow, since many of these, like, Portal 2 devices are going to become the same device. They are all going to become one thing. And it seems like the same thing is going to happen to a lot of, like, the eat stuff devices. So things like Mordry and Princess and Gleam of Sentience, and probably also the lay energy matter converter. And I wonder if we also get... I mean, we already kind of have the vendor thing in the Portable Wizards Exchange, but getting more of those in there, like being able to grab your permanent portable provisioner, like just unlock it, add it to it by unlocking it. And the same thing with something like the Silverfed Salvage-O-Matic or the Copperfed Salvage-O-Matic. I'm regretting those words as they leave my mouth, because honestly, I want to not have to click a lot to get into these. I want to just be able to have these on my bar. So I regret that. Don't bundle up the salvage kits. Just let them stay cluttering our inventory. Which reminds me that at some point I should probably get the Copperfed version of this.
Look at this. So
I wonder what's for sale currently. Oh, the Copperfed is for sale right now. What does it take? 640 gems. Custom exchange. 640 gems. 300 gold. Easy. Easy buy. Just grab it. Go back in. Get that Copperfed Salvage-O-Matic, baby. Woo! Nice. I did see that the Runecrafters was on sale as well. Maybe this is the time that I should grab that one as well.
Look at this.
I might honestly do that. I might honestly do that. Let's see here. Get that copper one up there. I have a stack of quartz crystals up in my shared inventory because this means that the characters I have parked out in different crystal nodes, they deposited in the shared inventory, and I use 25 of them a day here. So instead of this character having to go bank and go pull out more quartz crystals every day, they will just use these, or right now I have another stack in my inventory, so it used from that, but they will use from these, and then I will naturally just fill them up from other characters. So shared inventory slots are good for if you have one character that uses a currency and another character that produces that currency, then you don't have to, or item currencies in your wallet don't matter, but you get what I'm saying. If you produce and use an item, then you might just want to plop that item into your shared inventory so that you don't have to deal with going to and from banks and pulling out and putting in and all that kind of stuff. Well, putting in is easy, of course, you just deposit, but again, you get my point. Yeah, I'm convincing myself that I should probably also get, while it's on sale, get the Runecrafters. 480. Let's see if I have for that. 480. 227. I just have enough without having to sell any of the stuff that I've been slowly compiling. Of course, a lot of gold making in this game looks a little bit weird because it starts out being... it starts out with you like grabbing a lot of materials, and all of those materials you're just putting into your bank, and it seems like they're gone. But you know, they're there in the bank for whenever you need to sell some of them to get some gold. Or as you put more of them into your bank, of course you can you can get the overflow here that you can just sell directly if you want to do that. Anyways, the timing is pretty good. We are at 1:30, and that means that the portal into these what's that called? I keep wanting to call it a strike, but it's not. The Convergence. The Convergence should be open. So we're just gonna jump right in and defeat some cryptids in here. Again, these are actually really good because many of the things, when you see me or someone else say that the challenge mode of Cosmic Observatory gives you 117 gold per hour, that is true, but it should only take you 10 minutes to clear the Cosmic Observatory to actually get that reward. And indeed, you know, the boss timer is 10 minutes, so likely it won't take you the full 10 minutes, but it will take you a little bit extra to wait for it to happen. But you
Live!
you should only get, I think it's 19 gold or something of value for each of them you do, and it only works once a week to get those because there's weekly rewards as part of the 117 gold. These sorry. These fractals, not fractals, these convergences, they also have like, I think it's like 64 gold per hour or something like that. I'd have to look up fast farming to know the exact amount, but they also have a very high gold per hour.
Your astral fluctuation, I'll need to focus on maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest
they take like half an hour to complete, which means, you know, you're actually going to get like 30 or 32 of that gold per time you do them. And you can do these 3 times a week for optimal rewards, since they have this convergence. They have this weekly convergences thing where the first 3 times you complete the week, you will get, this is a high value item. These are not as valuable, but they are just extra stuff towards your legendary, and those currencies can right now also be converted through the use of Claw, essence exchanges. You can see I can make these essences into writs. I think the Tyrian defense seals or the writs are probably the most valuable ones. I haven't actually been looking up on this because I haven't been farming essences since this came out, so it's been a little while since I just wanted to. Right, I can't do that while that is open.
I keep losing my concentration. Break those catapults to pieces.
But yeah, so at this point in the convergence, there are 2 things that are relevant to do. One of them is that some people should stay down here, and I usually stay down here because I experience that a lot of people leave, and if no people stay behind, then the cryptids are going to kill SotO. But basically, some people should stay behind and grab. There are 3 lanes to do stuff with. Each of these 3 lanes, it's this one, and this one, and they in turn spawn these big eyeballs that explode once they reach SotO. So, avatars of spite. So you should be moving around killing those before they reach you. The other thing is that each of these islands will spawn catapults that has to be killed. So we are just going to, in order to be able to show off more of the convergence, we are going to go out and see if we can. This is a little dangerous. No one else is at this siege engine right now, but I am basically my open world survival build necromancer who can take a lot of punishment before they actually get down, so to speak. So yeah, we have to kill these siege engines because those also hit SotO, and then as we kill these, there will spawn 3 avatars in the middle. These are basically the starting point before everything goes goes crazy is a lot to say, but yeah. You will kill these, then the actual part will start where a lot of champions will spawn out on the different islands. So I believe one here, one here, one here, and one here. And you will then have to kill those to see which one is people killing. We want that champion loot bag, so we want to be killing the same one that everyone else is killing. Make sure that we get our hits in, because things actually can drop loot in these convergences. And if there's a world event that says, you know, you have to kill every champion up to the first 3 each day, then, you know, you'll also get progression towards that. You can see SotO just took a lot of damage because we're all killing the champions. None of us are actually dealing with these essence explodey thingy guys as they reach SotO. You can heal SotO. If you're a healer, you're an MVP in this game mode. So if you in any way, shape or form know how to heal, please consider joining this as a healer, because rarely are there enough people joining us. So also there are a bunch of things that you get here. Creature Crusher, every 250 creatures you get a little bit of extra essence. And let's just see here. Wizarding Essentials, I think, is when you turn in stuff to SotO, I think. People are not killing this one. Which one are people killing? This one. Yeah, there we go. So, then there's emotional baggage. I think this one might be the one where you have to turn in things. Anyways, participating gives you extra loot. Participating is good. Just go do participation. Also, one last thing that might be relevant. I just realized we do not currently have a commander in here. And doing something like going to Secrets of the Obscure, Rift Hunting and Convergences, you can just, you know, create a squad, advertise group, Convergence, taxi, for late commerce.
Eat my dust!
And then you can just ride in the website.
Centering.
Taxi.
Fire!
So. We just offered to taxi people in. As you can see, people are joining our squad, and they are all kinds of places that are not actually inside of the Convergence. This is also one of the things that makes it a good idea to get a commander tag. If you join a Convergence, like in the last 2 minutes that the portal are open or something, you might not be on a map that is actually... you might not be on a map that actually has a lot of... you might not be on a map that has a lot of participation, a lot of people in there, but if you're a commander, you can just open it, because while the portal closes after 10 minutes, you can still join in with teleport to friends. So just grabbing some of those, you know, tagging up people who have teleport to friends will be able to join your squad and just join the thing, even though it should be closed for them. People love doing that. People miss it for all kinds of reasons. Open a squad, it's a good idea. That's that's the speech. That's the big yeah.
Strong.
Hurts, doesn't it?
Yep, there we go. 790 for my break bar stuff. So we just got confirmation that the map we are currently on has been filled up. So we are now going to remove our group from the group so that people don't just, you know, get disappointed because they want to get in but can't. Where's this Fractals? All the way up there? I don't know how to get up there. So I'm just not gonna try. Just gonna go grab some other lieutenant over here somewhere. Yeah, you can see as we clear out 5 lieutenants, a general comes out, and then when we kill that general, the island is cleared, and we have to clear all of the islands. These don't actually have they don't have a timer on them. They're just as long as you keep SotO alive, you can just keep doing this forever. But you don't want to, obviously. You want this to be over as fast as possible so that you can move on to the next thing. Huh, that's not marked on my map. That's weird. But yeah, as you might have noticed, the group composition and that kind of stuff doesn't really matter in the non-challenge mode of Convergences, and there are a lot of quality of life to be had from being more survivable in here than you necessarily have to be in strikes and fractals, which means instead of actually running my pure quickness build, I am running the minion survival build, where you get more survivability the more minions you have active. Another guy has also tagged up. Weird. Oh well. I'm full up on essence, so I should return to SotO, but I am. Stay for this kill. Creature Crusher. Hey Burner Boy, I'm happy that you enjoyed. I haven't actually created a Discord community per se, but maybe I should make a Discord just for people who want to hang out and do Guild Wars stuff and other MMO stuff. I could do that. It doesn't take long to, you know. I'll remember your username here. In fact, I'll just screen cap it real quick.
Raw power emanating from that cryptus. It's gonna take all my focus to keep it vulnerable to your attacks.
Here. There we go. Good. I'll create a Discord server. Why not? And I'll add you to it. Alright, we have to go fight the boss now. Boss time, boss time. So this is also kind of a risky place. Like many of the many times there are risks that soldier will die, but at this boss, I don't think the Demon Knight is the most difficult one. I think the Dragon one is. But one of the bosses, if they get pulled over close to soldier, they will just do so much damage that if you don't have a lot of healers, or if your healers just aren't really paying attention or something like that, then yeah, that is bad new spares for soldier. That's a good idea. Someone just brought out their warclaw, which you can, you know, mount while in combat. It's a good way to get back to soldier. I hadn't thought about that. But yeah, while this isn't my my quickness build, I am still doing a version of quickness, right? Because one of the things that's awesome about open world minion necromancer is that you give this quickness. If you don't give it to allies per se, you will still give it to your minions, which means that all of my minions has quick, or not all of them, but 5 of my minions have quickness when running around in the wild, and that increases their damage by a fair lot as well. And of course it gives me quickness as well, so you know, you get a lot of value out of quickness even when you're soloing. That was scary.
You will obey.
So even though this isn't actually a quickness build, I still give quickness, and I do believe that my quickness prioritizes players over minions, knowing that players use it better. So I am still giving quickness, but I don't quite have the talents that make it stick for a while. And at the same time, I also haven't grabbed what's usually a very important tab. I think I'm in a totally different magic tree here, because usually one of the best talents for doing damage as in strikes and the like is called soul barbs, and it makes it so that for the first 15 seconds that you are in your shroud and that you exit your shroud, you get 10% increased damage. And that means you have to weave in and out of your shroud, but it also just, you know, when you do in and out of your shroud, well, that means that you do 10% increased damage constantly. And I mean, 10% increased damage is really good, so I have sacrificed that for some talents that give more survivability and stuff like that. Which, you know, I don't recommend doing that in strikes and raids and fractals, places where it's actually important to do teamwork, but in... hold on. There we go. But in places like convergences that are not challenge mode, I should do a challenge mode convergence at some point so that I know what level in situation marks that is. Because in the non-challenge mode convergences, you should definitely just focus on having a little bit more survivability. That also, I think that's also compounded by the fact that when you get downed, all of the magical essence that you have to turn into Zodiac gets these things, the things that I'm picking up right now, right? I get stacks of these Cryptus essence, and I have to turn these into Zodiac, and turning enough of these in are one of the ways that I get bonus loot from the convergence. So it's really annoying to lose them, but when you get downed, all of them get like popped out of you and just lie around you for the rest of the people to pick up, and they will of course pick them up. But that means that it's kind of
It's making its way to the center.
getting downed is really
we can
punishing.
end this here and now.
So, yeah, wouldn't recommend. Don't get down, basically.
Pain everywhere.
9-0. Just gonna grab a little bit. And then one of the target ones. You know, again, there are mechanics, and you should actually do the mechanics. Because for the rest of your teammates, it's really annoying to have to dodge stuff, and there's a bigger chance you can see a lot of people went down there because, again, they haven't thought about the mechanics. These balls, they pull you into their starting locations, and he will fire. If anyone is caught, like that guy was, he will fire his big laser thingy-mabob at the place where someone got caught, and, you know, deal a lot of damage to them. So getting caught, bad. Don't do that if you can avoid it, right? Lots of small mechanics. They don't matter a lot. I can just I wanted to showcase how what happened when you got caught by one.
Breathe in some fresh air.
Then we won. So nice. You can see a bunch of Rift essences here, a lot of gearboxes, a lot of experience, a lot of karma. This unstable Rift motivation is, I think... Oh, it's been a while since the last time I actually did a lot of convergences. That was just 2 gold flat out, another spirit shot for another gold, a bunch of karma. How much are these worth nowadays? Okay, these are worth much less now. Just under 6 gold instead of... But yeah, you need those for unlocking unlocking the private squad convergences, and therefore probably also doing the challenge mode. So they're worth having. Anyways, this took 23 minutes. As you can probably tell, this takes a while, but it is definitely worth your time. I think I promised that I'd go to Fractals as the next thing, so we're just gonna go Fractals of the Mists now, which, again, Fractals are one of the places where... I'll just leave my own squad here. And, get all of those wizard bucks. Also, I'm interested. I actually don't know this, whether this will reset tomorrow because of the big new patch, since, you know, the special one is going to be resetting. I wonder if the weekly one will do so as well, and that there's a chance to get a little bit of extra stuff here at the end, or whether it, you know, won't. Kaineng Blackout meta event. That's also... Kaineng Blackout is on the list of meta events that are definitely worth doing. And I think we can actually... There's a Kaineng Blackout. It happens every 2 hours, and the next one is here in 5 minutes. So I'm actually considering... Sorry, I know I promised Fractals after this. I'm considering just doing the Kaineng Blackout as the next one, then doing Fractals, and then of course getting to strikes at the end. So I'm teleporting. I use my teleport scrolls quite a lot because it costs about 10 silver to travel from the Wizard's Tower to the to anywhere in Cantha. We can just see if I zoom out and I go all the way up to the Wizard's Tower here. It would cost me 9 silver and 40 copper to get up there. And I just saved that by coming down here. And since it's Kaineng Blackout, I have to go over to Kaineng itself. So now I only have to pay 2 silver instead of 9 to get to where I'm going. doing all of these small teleports will honestly save you a lot of gold in the long run. Because you teleport around the map a lot in this game.
To the Cantha report. This is Ray reporting live from our studio in New
And of course, I'm just going to pull this over here so that I can. Because we are going to check. Are there someone that has already put up a group? There are. They are on a full map. These are not on a full map, it seems, so we're going to join them. Otherwise, we would have just tagged up ourselves. Again, an advantage of being a commander. And you can see the commander has done something very nice here, which is that they have put themselves in squad 2. And the reason that is really great is because the way you want to join when you are in a map and you want to join another map is you click on someone who isn't in the same map as you and you said join in Kaineng City. And we might be in a lot of different maps, all of us up here. You won't know when you aren't in the primary map yet. But the commander is already in the right map. So you want to be able to join the commander in their map. So just adding themselves to another squad helps a lot with that. Again, meta events. I like doing my meta events with my quotation marks solo build, with the tanky build, because it just feels a lot better to not be as reliant on whatever, you know, the healers or whoever we have are doing. That there's an exception, and the exception is Dragon's End, because Dragon's End can fail. Most meta events can't really fail. Dragon's End can fail. So, you know, don't do it in Dragon's End. I can see that someone just joined, so I'm just gonna restate that we are going to be doing both Fractals of the Mists after this and then Strikes. The reason we are not doing those currently is because we just looked at our Wizard's Vault and saw that one of the weeklies are doing this Kaineng Blackout meta event. And the meta event is just randomly up right now, or will be in 2 minutes. So it seemed ideal to just get that done. I am confused as to why I didn't get any Jade Tech charge from hopping on this line. Oh well. I saw that there was a bunch of batteries down here. What I'm doing right now is I'm preparing for the meta event. Since I'm in Cantha, I am making sure that I get both the Jade Tech offensive charge that, you know, gives a lot of extra damage output, and the Jade Tech. I don't have that yet, of course. That was the one that I was going to go grab later. Right here. Defensive protocol. Gives both a lot of toughness and a lot of vitality, so that means, you know, you stay up longer. And so now I have about 3 hours on both of those. I am going to go to a place where I know that events will spawn once the power grid goes down here in a second. There will be a couple of events spawning right here, and we will be moving out to other places as you know, as we complete the events here. Basically, events spawn all over New Kaineng. Here at the beginning, you can see from the blue dots that people are spread out pretty well. Basically, each of the, what are they called, quarters, will have events, and you have to get all of them done. And then when you've done them, you have to go to some labs and complete some big boss missions, then do some escorting, and then do a big boss again. This is also some of the content that isn't really hard, but it's nice to know that it exists, and it's, you know, very rewarding. Because even when there isn't any, even when there isn't a weekly for it, basically all the Cantha metas are some of the best metas you can do for loot. go. We need Jade Container over here somewhere. Block. I am not going to reach it in time.
Please surrender.
I did reach it in time. We are the champions. I don't know if that song actually. I don't know if that gets, you know, tamed or not on YouTube. So we'll just not do that. And here is an event that requires you to get on your boat. And collect these green orbs and then turn them back into some power stuff. Bodie my boat, please. Bloop. Getting close to this automatically turns in all of the stuff that you picked up, so it is that easy. And you can see the bar, you can carry I think 10 at a time technically, but just doing small circles here is probably the most efficient way to get a bunch of them. So, finished it, good. And trying to see, defeat the Oni ambush. I don't know if that's up or down, so we're just going to see if we can get there. Let's go speedy.
Please, return to your homes, lock your doors, and avoid household appliances powered by jade batteries.
This one definitely counts.
Stood back and let her grow steel.
Go. And again, this is one of those things where this is technically a pre-event. You don't need to do this to actually complete the meta itself. But while you're waiting for the meta, this does give decent event rewards for every event you complete. Of course, since all of you have seen my video on meta events, you all know that you should have the Jade Bot add-on, Scavenger Protocol Magic trophies, or you can go with Scavenger Protocol Might trophies. Either will work, because that means that every minute or so, an enemy will drop you a loot bag with that kind of loot in it, and that loot bag is worth on average like, I think it's a silver 40 copper, something like that. And getting that every minute in addition to rewards are just, it's nice. And I got a spirit shard. Spirit shards are nice. Also, Cantha is one of the great places to get spirit shards in general. You only need 254,000 experience to level up to get a spirit shard, which is pretty easy, honestly. We've stabilized 6 out of 7 power zones. I don't know which one isn't stable yet. And you know, when in doubt, teleport to friend 2. I can't actually see the name of the commander. I'm just gonna assume the top one is the commander. Teleport to friend to the commander. There we go. Okay, the commander doesn't know where to go either. Cool. And yeah, for just excellent. Just what I want to spend some of my time on here. Let's see you. how is it I do this again? Is it because I have to be on my actual stream? Let's see here.
Citizens of New Kaineng,
Here.
we have received multiple distress calls from the Raccoon
Wait,
Santiago.
you guys need to stop hitting me. There we go. Found it. Delete. Very nice. I do enjoy when bots join because it's fun to kick them. We are just going to go to the labs and get to the next part of this meta. We can boat it to the southern lab because while it's actually wanting us to start from the top, you can just start from the bottom. Where there's a lab entrance here somewhere. There it is. It is telling us to gather at the top, but there are going to be coming waves. In this lab, there's going to be coming waves from down here and from up there. And you have to beat both of them. And since the event is telling people to start at the top, that means that many people do start at the top. So being one of the people that start at the bottom is just, you know, it's good. It's good because that means that you're actually helping. People at the top are helping too, but you are doing something important by starting at the bottom. The important ones are the ones with the, you know, crossed swords over their heads. Those actually try to steal batteries from you. But the rest is good too, because you of course want to clean out the Jade Brotherhood completely. And honestly, the top event up here spawns a champion. I don't think the bottom one here does. But I think that means that the bottom one will often be done faster and you can actually reach the top to finish that event with them in time.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
Now that's a combo. Armored up. That tastes good.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
I've got this song on my brain recently, and it's the Danish winner of Eurovision in 1963, I believe, like 70 million years ago, and they brought in this more like jazzy song to the contest that has usually been, you know, it's very much about pop music generally, but the theme of the song is pretty good. It's you know, it fits the theme still. It's about
Attack my target.
it's a little bit whimsy, and it's about, you know, having danced all night and having, you know, it's now the morning after, and the person you spent all night with is gone, and you're like, oh, that was a great night. Maybe we should just, you know, find each other again and have more fun.
Kaineng is faring.
Just, yeah, it's really good. It's a really good song, and I'm of course butchering it whenever I sing it, but that's how it is to not be an actual singer-songwriter.
Eat my dust.
And as I told you before, the southern lab got done first, which means going to the northern lab afterwards. Both means that we get this champion kill, and that we get to participate in both events. Of course, you have to split out, right? And when you know that south is going to be finished first, it's tempting for everyone to go south, but if everyone goes south,
one less task on our checklist.
then the northern event won't actually
Can you hear me?
have enough people to
Who is this?
be
I
done
don't have time for prank calls.
to get finished.
Not a prank call.
So
This is Yao from June Light Jade.
sometimes
After
events
we
can
left.
fail if
See
enough
that big
people are
switch to your
being
left?
selfish, like I just was there, you know, going, oh, but I know that I get 2 events for the price of one if I start south and then head north
I need you to flip that big
between the
switch to your
events.
left.
But
On the count
yeah.
of
Listen, kid, I'm not
You know,
taking
be
orders from
selfish,
civilians.
but also only be selfish enough that if you see that there are too few people north, go north. Everyone gets more if the event actually completes, including you. So it's one of those things.
Okay.
I do like these graphics though. I do enjoy that the entire idea is like the grid is blacking out here, and you can actually see it in the city. The lights are actually flickering all over and everything. It's a very nice. I think it's a very it's aesthetically pleasing. It's interesting visually, and it's a step up from some of the older meta events. Yeah.
I feel
Uh,
strong.
But yeah, we are going to be finishing up this meta event here, just in case anyone new joined and want to hear the plan. We're going to be finishing up this meta event here, and then we're going to be switching over to Fractals of the Mists and complete the daily T4+Recs. Let's see here. We can see daily, fractals. So we're going to be taking out my Trin. I love it when this fractal is up because that's a very quick one. We are also going to be doing Deep Stone, and we are going to be doing Silent Surf. Not really hype about Silent Surf, but Deep Stone is fine. And then we're going to do the recommended 3 fractals. Even though these are lower scales, they are worth doing. You can see the fractal chests that you get from them. They contain pristine fractal relics, which is 15 fractal relics each. 15 fractal relics is a pretty decent amount of gold. And they also contain large mists potions, an offensive one from this one, a defensive one, the mobility one from this one, and the defensive one from this one. And so these sell. You can also, of course, use them and should use them at some point when you get into difficult fractals or challenging fractals, challenge mode fractals especially. But by selling them, you get closer to the 8,000 fractal, 8,000, 6,000, and 6,000, I think it is. Fractal relics you need to buy the infinite versions. And the second you get the infinite versions, of course, it will be 400 fractals, I think it was. I calculated in my recent video before you have finished, you're getting pure profit. And since fractals are worth doing, and you do 3 to 6 of them a day when you are on a roll, when you have the time, that's kind of a lot of...
Anyone home?
It's kind of a lot of fractal relics.
Everywhere. Oh, it's no wonder the entire city is so much. The sparks must be.
And it goes by quickly. It's also what I'm trying to say. 400 fractals is basically a third of a year, something like that.
That went better than I expected.
Of continuous. But again, we're playing an MMO. In my video on the home instance nodes, I was talking about how a lot of them aren't worth it. It's actually a friend of mine that pointed out that, hey, maybe it's not always worth doing. I still think a lot of them are, but not all of them, because some of them take a truly absurd amount of time to pay themselves off.
Gonna need someone to stay behind and
again, the basic leather working station that you can get from the
next
map.
breaker isn't too far from here.
From the not the map, the shop in here. Let's see if I can just search leather. This basic leather rack. To get this, you have to harvest the node for 111 years.
You would be a real
That's
change to
crazy.
the city.
It's worth so little that it's like when you give your account to your grandchildren after you on your deathbed, like that's when they can make it pay itself off. It's just. But a lot of things also pay themselves off in a year, and if you plan to be, or less than a year, and if you plan to be an active Guild Wars 2 player, you're probably going to be playing for more than the next 365 days, right? And even if you aren't playing every day, you're probably going to reach that point and go beyond it, because MMOs are just that kind of game where you play for a long time. You really do. You don't just...
Sorry we're late, guys. Hope we didn't keep you waiting too long. Feel like flexing those muscles again?
I'm just trying to make sure I get these before they... Because, again, extra loot. Love that extra loot. And you just saw scavenger bag metric trophies. Catching extra money that I get forever because I bought the scavenger protocol. And you should too.
And bring it back to the lab?
But yeah, I think in MMOs it is worth grabbing things that take a long time to pay themselves off.
Another one
But
bites the dust.
you have
Need a
to
couple
make
folks to stay behind and
peace
keep an
with
eye out
that
for
yourself,
trouble.
right?
We're
You have to
almost
make
done.
peace with the knowledge that you are choosing.
The last breaker is in a substation near Garden Heights. We'll lock it down
There.
and flip it to the power plant.
You have to make peace with yourself that you're choosing to say, I won't see this gold again for the next year, but after that I am going to be I'm going to have a better experience, more quality of life again, when it's finished. That's just kind of the trade-off that you choose either to do or not to do in MMOs. And for the long term, worth it. For the short term, you might want to use your gold for something else, and that's fair too.
You're no longer
That's
safe
my
in Kaineng.
spiel on that. My rant. And I think it's worth it, right, to wrap that up. I think it's worth it to get those infinite mist potions if you at all plan to grind Fractals of the Mists. And I think you should grind Fractals of the Mists if you want good gold, because it is one of the best ways in the game to farm gold. But as I mentioned in my video on them, it's also one of the more gate-kept ways to get gold in the game. Because you have to pay, it takes like 90 gold to get all of the stuff you need to start. Well, 60 gold for the infusions themselves, if you assume you just want to start from the top with, what's it called, with 150 agony resistance. And then of course you need a full set of ascended gear, and just set auto run on here so that I can grab this and put this down here. Because I also just wanted to again show the
Welcome to Substation 03.
the fact that Fractals of the
When I first
Mists
shot in the city was inspecting
also
Jade
has
Airport.
this
Not
tiered
the
system
small talk, huh?
of
Fine. Slice
getting
him up and I'll lock
loot,
down the final breaker.
and you can't. These 5 groups are all off limit to you until you actually reach scale 76, which means you have to have done 75 fractals beforehand, because you only get +1 scale every time you complete a fractal. Even if that fractal is the scale 100 fractal, you're only going to go from scale 1 to scale 2 if you complete that one as your first one. So 75 fractals have to be
just gave my
completed
arm a tune-up.
that,
Back off!
and they have to be fractals that are higher level than where you are at right now, or you know, they have to be the highest level you're at or higher, because otherwise you won't have access to the one
I would have
most
taken a
people are
nap
searching
earlier if
for.
I knew we were going to be running the... Looks like Mizuki was able to lock down everything in the south. Perfect. I think we're safe to head to the... Oh no. They look a wee bit mad. Can Sparks look mad?
But there are actually a lot of people looking in these other categories. Many people just don't, you know, it's a lot of newer people to Fractals, and that means that a lot of them don't actually have the experience to feel like they can start a group and lead a group. So if you can hype yourself up and be the one that starts the group, then you have a good chance of actually getting a group rather quickly.
That's good.
And of course, this might be a little bit controversial, but I think one of the advantages of being the leader of the group is that people just psychologically question you less. Not question you less in the capacity that they expect you to. If there's a specific mechanic that needs to happen, you need to do it right. If you're doing strikes, you need to make sure that your group has an Alec, a quick, and a heal, right? But they can't really kick you. So it's okay that you're bad if you just have the confidence to start a group. You are contributing enough that as long as you're doing your best, it's fine. It's fine. Just do it. Do it. Start those groups.
Sharp blades, sharp mind. Your soul is mine.
That's my opinion.
That went better than I expected.
Total reconstruction.
That's funny. The events I completed while trying to complete the meta events was enough that that I completed the meta event.
That's all of them.
Or the
Credit where credit's due.
the
They're pretty
Weekly
smart.
Visits Wall
They have
thing
nowhere
for
else
the
to
meta
run
event.
either. I guess we're about to see if this all worked.
And then of course there's a Rift Hunt, and there's salvage 10 items. We'll be getting those easy peasy as well. especially the salvage 10 items. Just get.
That looks valuable.
I'm just gonna grab the amalgamated gemstone. These weren't really worth it back when it was End of Dragons, but these can now be. These are now a part of the exchange you have to make to get the legendary Klobiane, the Coat and Spear legendary, and so they've risen a lot in value. If you are grinding for your legendary armor, finding whatever you need of Rift essences and grabbing those are probably also a great option. But I'm just gonna grab the amalgamated gemstone for now. Of course, all these gearboxes, armor stuff. These, all of these, deposit materials. Tick box. Really, one of the interesting things about Guild Wars is that there's quite a lot of inventory management. And that means you have to find times to do all this inventory management. And times like these, when there's like 1.5 minutes until the next part of the meta event starts, it's a good time to actually do that. And I'm just gonna sell everything here. Probably not going to sell the... Oh, I am going to sell the white ones here as well. Whatever. Oops. Accidentally sold that for the cheap price instead of the expensive price. That's fine. And we're just going to do the... Because now that I have a copper fit salvage-o-matic, just grabbed that previously today.
Nice gear.
Now it's absolutely worth... now it's absolutely worth grabbing all of the lower tier, like getting all of this identified. I don't have enough space for this. That's also okay. This is the reason why I previously haven't actually bothered with this part of it and just sold all of it. It's because inventory management, while just right-clicking and selling the bags at the trading post, it's technically a little less valuable if...
Probably not.
And only if you have the copper fit. The silver fit is not... It's not worth using the silver fit on masterwork or lower, but it is worth using the copper fit. And I am just, in case any of the masterworks got made into rares, I got one rare. I'm going to use the silver fit on that because the silver fit increases the chance that you're going to get a glob of ectoplasm. Enough so that on average you will get more than one glob of ectoplasm for each rare that you salvage. And while a rare is worth about 25 to 28 silver, a glob of ectoplasm is usually worth a little bit more. And when you have a chance to get more than one, you will sometimes get fewer, but this is on average you'll get more than one. Then yeah, that pays for itself. This is the meta boss. Where did it send it here? This boss specifically gets invulnerable a couple of times, where it spawns these replicators that you then have to kill to make it vulnerable again. It spawns them... Hello, totally unbiased. Welcome to the stream. We are just finishing up the meta event. Silverfit on... Is it 0.75? Are you sure? Are you sure? Because I'm fairly certain that it was like 1.3 1.3 something or 1.2 something. But I might be wrong. I might be outdated. I might be all kinds of things when I look back at it. Either way, even if it's slightly less than one of the globs, it makes up for it with the other stuff, with the things you get beside it. So you know, it's still worth using the silverfit on it, on average, according to fast farming. So I am not too lost about that. But again, you are very certain. You do a lot of material processing. It's still very worth for Ecto. You are right. Yes, perfect, perfect. I'm happy that I'm right about the conclusion, even if I'm not right about the specifics. But yeah, I've been putting off doing the salvaging of the green and blue gear, the fine and masterwork gear, because it's just it stacks up in your inventory so fast. So you have to keep a pretty clean inventory to actually identify and salvage it. But I just noticed earlier today that all of the things are on sale right now. Both the rune crafters, the copperfit, and the silverfit, they're on sale. Grab them. If you have the money to convert, if you have 300 gold for the copperfit, and I think it's 220 gold for either the silverfit or the rune fit, the rune crafters, grab them. Yes, Inventory Wars 2, that is that's exactly what we're playing here. But yeah, they're worth grabbing. Again, it will take a while before you recover the expenses you put into actually buying them, but you know, you are playing an MMO. You're probably going to play long enough for those things to pay themselves off.
I don't know Jim personally.
That was
That's what she likes to work on for fun.
our weekly Kaineng. Now we're going to switch over and do the Fractals of the Mists.
Those
and then
sparks.
the strikes at the end.
What do you think they are?
I'm not
So
sure,
let's
but
just
they
leave
seem to
this
be drawn
room
to the dream.
and
The mechs,
let's
the
go.
batteries,
That
all of
looks
it.
valuable.
I always forget.
Kaineng is full of this stuff.
This always weirds me
That's
out.
really the
This always
case.
weirds me out. I have
Yeah.
the please auto-loot everything
back.
mastery, right?
Well,
I have the
after that
mastery
one
in
time
Central Tyria, in Pack
Sounds like you got a lot
Commander,
of work to
Advanced
You got a lot of
Logistics, I
panic
think.
citizens out
Yes,
there.
you now have the option
Opposite.
to have loot from creatures you defeat be deposited
Mizuki.
automatically into your inventory.
I
This
guess I
ability
jumped
can
the
be
gun on
turned
my
off in the
last
options menu.
introduction.
But
Yeah. Your local
that
loosely
that
friendly
are
agent
also loot
engineer.
chests like the big
Give me a
one
ring
here,
if you need
but then
help
there
catching
spawns like
back
4
in.
small
Yeah.
chests,
We'll
and
figure
those
it out.
don't auto loot, and that's. I dislike it because it's inconsistent, and I want it to be consistent so that I either have to just never think about it again, or that, you know, honestly, I just prefer to never think about it again. But either it should be all chests get auto-looted, or no chests get auto-looted and only mobs do or something, so that I don't forget chests, because it just... Yeah. Rained over on that. But yeah, welcome Totally Unbiased. You just heard the... You just heard the plan for our next steps here. We are going to be doing Fractals of the Mists, and we are then going to move on to the strike missions. We're going to do a full rotation of both the Icebrood Saga 5 plus the Dragonstorm, then all the weekly 4 End of Dragon strikes, and then finishing up with the 2 Cosmic Observatory and Temple of Phoebe. And of course, now that we are going into... Yes, it is fun. Now that we're going into strike mode, we're going into a little bit more of a try-hard mode. It no longer makes sense to use your open world builds. These are the times when you should actually use builds that are optimized. Again, Meta Battle or Snowcrows is the other one. Those are your friend for this. Pick any build in there. They will be optimized. They will be fine for what you're doing. If you can do a build that gives quickness. Okay, I cheat a little bit. When people tell me to go DPS instead of quick DPS, I change the quickness thing here down to the damage thing, and I'm going to go like, yep, now I'm a boon DPS. There you go. Easy peasy. But yeah, if you can give either quickness or alacrity, you're going to be much more useful for the groups. Many more groups are going to be looking for you. So that's always a good idea. But yeah, we're going to be either setting up our own group or just joining a group. If there's already a lot up, there's no reason to keep... actually, there are. Hold on, I'll just do this again, so that you don't see my friend list. There we go. And... thank you, Synapse. I enjoy making them a lot as well, because it's one of those things that I think it's important that you shouldn't be doing stuff only for the gold that you get from it, but you should be aware what kind of activities among the activities that you enjoy are worth doing and how you convert it. Because in an old game like this one, where we have these like 70 gazillion different currencies, how are we supposed to do stuff with all of them, right? And I think that's one of the things that took me a couple of years to actually get into. And so I think it's one of those things where I want to pass on some of that knowledge so that it actually, you know, other people can hopefully get it done a little bit faster. Right, we're doing Fractals of the Mists. We're of course doing the T4+ Recs. And Nightmare is not a daily, so we're not going to do that. Otherwise, we often do that in challenge mode. But basically, we're going to say, and remember this for when you're setting up your own groups, T4+Recs. That tells people that the thing you're going to do 6 fractals. You're going to do the 3 daily ones, and you're going to do them on the highest difficulty. And Recs are the 3 ones that are specific fractals, not sorted out into tiers, but just very specific fractals. Then you want to make sure that your group has 1 quickness, 1 alacrity, and 1 healer. I do a quickness DPS myself, so I'm not going to write... No, there's actually not a rec for T4. There's only the first 3 tiers. Or... yeah, there's only 3 recs. I can show you here in a bit. But I'm only looking for an A heal because I'm already the quick DPS. Otherwise, you would write boon heal, boon DPS, or you would write Q, quickness, alac, heal, so that they know that you need both buffs and you need one of them to be a healer. And then I'm going to just inform people that this group is being chill streamed over on Mook Chivalry. Because, again, I don't think it's a big deal. I am hiding chat. There's nothing nefarious going on. But I think people deserve to know that they're being filmed and shown to the internet. Even though, again, most people are super nice people. And if someone is a bit of a jerk, like they're a bit of a jerk, they're not like the worst person in the world, and you should never hang out with them or anything. So, you know. But it does seem nice to just inform people about that. Anyways. The daily fractals, you can see there's one for tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So yeah, there's no rec for tier 4. Yeah, welcome. And you'll see me move a little bit between like interacting with you guys and interacting with the people in my party here, because I believe one of the most important things you can do when you are the one setting up the group is to be the social, like, the guy that makes everyone feel welcome, right? You want to be the one that says, welcome to the party, nice to have you. You know, I just say, hey, welcome, so they know that I have noticed them and that's fine. Hey, which role are you? And also, yeah, most people know what they're doing. Like, most people know what they're doing, especially when they're queuing for tier 4 fractals. Again, if they can reach the queue for tier 4 fractals, then they already know, then they've already played at least 75 fractals. Because you only get +1 every time, and you have to get all the way up to 76 to actually unlock it. Da, 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 da. But yeah, no. There are no... But they are worth doing. Again, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. I don't know if you were here at that point, Synapse, but I mentioned this earlier. I'm running a very standard quickness harbinger. You can see it here. Basically, the most important things to know about this build is that you want to be changing between your shroud mode and your non-shroud mode every 15 seconds because you want to keep soul barbs up at all times for the 10% damage increase. You don't need to be all 15 seconds out of shroud, but you do want to be all 15 seconds in shroud. That's where you deal the most damage. You are naturally just giving quickness by being in shroud, which also means that you want to have just enough. I have a couple of ritualist pieces. Actually, the ritualist pieces are no longer needed. The updated builds of this are do not use them anymore. I haven't exchanged them yet, but updated builds are just pure vipers. But back when I built the build, you needed ritualist pieces to make the quickness go around enough. And then you torment and bleed yourself with Blood is Power. You transfer those boons with Deadly Swarm. You make sure to hit both your allies and enemies with all of your flasks. Yeah, welcome and perfect. Okay, so the group has gathered itself. Someone came on and was like, hey, I'm an alacrity healer. And again, because I have infinite potions, I am going to put all my infinite... Oh. Because I have infinite potions, I'm going to put all my infinite potions on. I wouldn't actually put all my infinite potions on. I wouldn't use non-infinite potions for a random daily walkthrough unless the party requires it. Food? Ooh. One of them gave us food, and I was too slow to realize. But that was very nice of them. Did I get it in time? I didn't.
The Jade Sea. Don't recognize the exact location. Go look around.
Let's follow the trail below. Grab anything you can find.
Yeah,
but
this one is one of the
priority.
ones that people aren't super happy about.
Parachutes
because there's a little bit of... Oh, I forgot to actually do the thing that I'm supposed to do here. There we go.
A shipwreck on the Jade Sea? This could be days after the Jade Wind.
And... whoop. Ah! Yeah, that's...
I lost you.
Make sure you just target far enough in on this one.
See if you can zip down to the next ledge.
But yeah, there's a little bit of parkour-ish stuff going on in this one. And a lot of people don't like that, so a lot of people don't like this fractal. I think this might be a hot take, but I forgot to do the thing. Oh well.
We're making good progress. Hold on. Did you hear that? Weapons ready.
Eat my dust.
I think this might be a hot take, but I actually like that there are some variety in fractals. That you actually get to do a little bit of different stuff. Oh yeah, the challenge mode, you just started the boss, right? Totally unbiased.
Take these charges. They'll give you an extra push if you need it. Keep going. I'll catch up with you when I can.
I'm picking up residual
Yeah.
wind current.
I mean, that's a good reason to do the challenge mode. I honestly also think that I should... Yeah, the boss fight is kind of long, that is true. Also think that I should do the...
This is making my head spin. Ambush! Defend yourself!
I should do the challenge modes at some point. Like, just get them out of the way. Because right now I've been doing the non-challenge modes except for 97 here on stream to make sure that everyone can follow. But also, challenge modes are difficult, as in they are something that you shouldn't just waltz in. But they are also not so difficult that you can probably do them. Whoever you are watching this right now, you can probably do the challenge modes if you just prepare a little bit, watch a video on some of the mechanics, or do the normal mode a single time first.
Make sure you have
but
enough gear.
Then you can probably do any and all sorts of challenge modes.
Something the second one said. The fractal seems unstable.
So yeah,
Mine again.
I do recommend going towards that whenever you are whenever you feel ready, right? Because that's also a thing in people who do challenge modes. A lot of people who do challenge modes, they also want, they expect you to do more, which makes sense, right? Because they are, yeah, I'm messing this up a little bit. Whoopsie. They are expecting you to do more because they also want you to. They want to do their thing and get their thing done and be. I've forgotten how to do this. Oh right, it's because there's the. I shouldn't be talking while I'm trying to. While I'm trying to meta around here. Let's see, I agree. If you know your class, it is accessible, especially since there are plenty of people willing to teach and train. Yes, also that. There are a lot of groups that want you to have your like 70 billion UFE and get all of that done, but there are also plenty of people who just, want to help new people get in and help people do stuff. I personally think those are the greatest people. And again, if you start a group, you don't have to have any of the stuff going on. If you just start a group and don't say in the group that it requires you to have 40,000 UFE, there's nothing stopping you from doing that, and people will join. Experienced people will join.
What happened to them?
You will often get people like, probably totally unbiased over here in chat, that are willing to just do the stuff. Because whatever group is off is fine for most people, but people who already have the UFA will often join those groups if they're up, because again, that's a group that's off and they don't have to put up their own one. Oh right, look away from the boss. Also, a thing about the new strikes, right? This I think is a super great thing about the new also strikes, but also fractals. We are getting to just fight a little version of the boss before the actual boss. And he teaches us the mechanics, right? We were taught that we shouldn't look towards him. We were taught that there would be big circles where we have numbers over our heads, and we would, we just had not all of, but most of the mechanics explained to us. And there's one more mechanic that's relevant down here, and that is that there will spawn people out on these islands when you are the guy who gets the when you're the guy that gets the vision to see them. There will spawn guys out on these islands that you should kill. You have to grapple over to the island itself, and that means that you just learn how to do that while doing the parkour session earlier. So they actually, while it can be annoying to have to repeat and repeat and repeat, it is something that's very nice for, people learning it the first time. So yeah, I must give Guild Wars kudos. Honestly, I see that in a lot of the things you do nowadays. They show you. I'm having a little bit of a 2 seconds. Itchy. There we go. A lot of the things that play nowadays. A lot of the strikes, a lot of the fractals, a lot of the everything that's been made in modern times, so to speak, Guild Wars. They're really good at layering the content. Like you see things happen on a smaller scale, and then the boss does that thing and or more of those things. I should have walked away with that axe, but I didn't. Because I'm also a noob. I'm just a very experienced noob. But yeah, so for this boss, in case someone hasn't noticed the mechanics, he has a couple of mechanics. He has his little guys here that are shooting at you, and both he and those guys will have a "you shouldn't be looking." They have a mechanic that says you shouldn't be looking at them when they do that mechanic, right? That's the mechanic that I just saw happen and then didn't respect, so I got feared. And that means that as more of these spawn, you have to go closer and closer to the edge so that you can look away from all of them at the same time.
Eat my dust.
Go. And then he will toss his axes around, and they will stay on the ground, and they will be...
That feels good.
And you can see here, because I'm closest to this one, I'm going to get a vision here. I have to go over here, so the one that this big blue line is pointing to, and I have to kill this one, because I'm the only one who can see it. They are really easy to kill. We have to kill all 4 of them. Is the ideal here. I don't know if we actually shouldn't be going back to the... No, we can. Right, he deals a lot more damage for every one of them that aren't killed, I believe, but, you know. Then he has this, he will jump to each of us in turn, which means we shouldn't stand on top of each other. And he moves right into an eye thingy. Look away, look back. He also regularly gets a break bar that you really should break if you can in any way, shape or form do it. There it goes, that's the break bar. And each time he is broken, you know, he will not be exposed for long, but I believe he does some bad stuff. I don't remember what, but he does some bad stuff if he isn't broken. And every time he's broken, his defiance bar will be bigger next time. So it's one of those things where, you know, as it in challenge mode, he just insta kills you if you miss one. Says totally unbiased, which is they are talking about the guys out here on the platforms. So yeah, in challenge modes, it's really important that that you get all of them. I believe that honestly you can survive it even if people are just walking around and doing nothing in normal mode. But yeah, so this is why you learn mechanics. Challenge modes give more loot, and you want to at some point be able to do challenge modes, basically. And a lot of normal modes can be done without really knowing the mechanics. But you can't do challenge modes without knowing the mechanics. So beginning to actually get those down when you're just practicing your strikes slowly over time here is really important. And again, we're looking away from everyone. And then we're going back in. And I'm going out with this because I don't want to make both this one and the axes. I don't want them to be near the boss for the group's sake. Which I have failed multiple times this run, but if we just ignore that happened, then we can just pretend that I'm a good player. And honestly, I think I'm a really good example that most of you can achieve this, because I am not an extremely good video game player in general, but I am a very experienced video game player. I have a lot of experience, and that means that I can do stuff even though a lot of other people can't. The Vindicators are kind of dangerous. Oh, excellent.
Armored up.
We are going to be going to this platform. Boop. And kill this aspect of death.
I need
See
healing.
everyone else kill
Seriously.
theirs aspects too.
I've got the target.
And more are spawning here in the middle, which means more passive damage is being added on by these guys. So slowly it gets harder as we're killing the boss, and slowly he gets harder to break, and slowly you just, you know, more eyes means you have to be more towards the edge to make sure you're not thrown off the edge. I had to move away from my group here, so I ended up getting down.
You are all weaklings.
That feels good.
If I just got hit by less mechanics, that would be less of a problem. Again, experience does not necessarily equal good, but we are going to be doing this easily anyways, because overall it doesn't take a lot. I want to be close enough to the other circles that I can hit him while he's in them, just to deal that little bit of extra damage. But then I want to go to the edge, so that I don't get hit by the eye thingy. And again, at this point, we've been through all of the mechanics that this boss does. We just have to keep doing the basic. Yeah. We don't need to be this far away from each other. In fact, I believe it's bad to be that far away from each other because, again, you can see a lot of my attacks end up out of range. Where if everyone stood very close to each other, we would be able to hit him with a couple of attacks even while he's over in the other. The circles can overlap, that's no problem. They just have to not overlap so much that you are on top of them and hitting each other. So, you know. Got something else that made more bleed stacks happen. It sucks. But, as you can see, we are perfectly able to just defeat his thing.
Enough! Your lives are yours. Relish what comforts your fleeting time.
And as with all fractals,
I'll return.
it will end naturally whenever the screen pops up. So there we go. If you don't have the mastery that auto loots, please remember to loot the chest before pressing ready.
Wherever he's from.
And as you can see, we got loot for someone is up there. Then I'm going to go in this direction. This is how people get really quickly into the next fractal. The first one out of the loading screen moves up towards the terminal to change the fractal level. I'm out of the screen. The terminal to change the fractal level. And at the same time, the next one out notices that there's already someone walking up towards the terminal. And they then walk down towards the teleporter so that we immediately get both. Easy and quick way to change between fractals.
Rise and serve.
And this one, you have to change between attacking my Trin and attacking First Mate Horik. And it has one mechanic that's a little bit tricky, and that mechanic is that Horik will bombard you with normal cannonballs that you should move away from your teammates with, but he will also hit you with an electric cannonball. You can see that the circle will have like teeth, or however you describe it. And you need to hit my Trin with the electric cannonball to remove the captain's shield, because she is taking 10% less damage for each. Yeah, you can see he's targeted by the electric one, and we need my Trin to be inside of this. There we go. Because every second she spends inside of it, some of her shield is stripped away. So that person should have moved towards her and stayed right on top of her when he had the electric ball over his head, like here. And also you can see that she is specifically targeting one of the people that to attack. You can see the purple thing over their head. She changes that around a little bit, but you can see who's going. I'm targeted right now, so she will primarily attack me right now. So that means that if you are targeted, you can pull her into the electric ball thing in case she isn't already. So be aware of that. When she reaches 75% health, she jumps away and we attack Horik. And when he reaches 75% health, he jumps away and she becomes available again. And then we again at some point soon here, one of us will be getting the electric ball thing. There we go. So she is now inside of that, and you can see her shield melting away, allowing us to deal damage to her. And I'm doing a couple of dodge rolls here and there, so that whenever something big is about to strike me, I like to just dodge roll a little bit whenever I have it up. I don't do it a lot because I trust the healer. People who are very good at fractals will do their daily rotation without a healer present at all, because you can do that, and having 5 DPSs obviously takes less time, but it's not worth the hassle. I suggest that no one actually do that, because it's just, you have to actually try hard to do that. And I don't think you need to try hard that hard. I don't think it's worth it. Especially because if you mess up, then it will just have been wasted time, right? Because if you mess up with a healer, then, you know, no harm, no foul. But if you mess up without a healer, you get downed or you die completely, and your entire group has to wait for, you know, a retry or played without you, or just have the healer. It's just have the healer. I also sometimes try to time my my voracious arc here, my jumpy jump, has a time during which I am invulnerable. So I'm evading while I'm jumping. So timing this to avoid, to dodge different projectiles is also a nice little thing, again, to just remove a little bit of stress from the healer, make it a little bit easier for everyone. And I think that's the core of how you should be thinking when you're doing group content. You shouldn't be stressing out about doing everything perfectly, but every little thing that you have, that you can do to help everyone else have a little bit of an easier time, is just nice. So, you know, do that whenever you can.
Take our intrepid airship captain into custody. Don't take your eyes off her.
Oh, 7, totally unbiased. Thank you for stopping by. I'm streaming weekly about this time on Mondays, and I'd love to have you again. Especially if you are willing to come and be insightful and correct me when I'm wrong, as you just did. But sleep tight.
Okay, look,
and don't
your
let the
hired
bed
muscles
bugs
arrived.
bite. I don't need a crown
Try and
or a
keep up.
castle.
Don't mind Torin. He prefers...
There's a great Frozen outtake song of
Anyway, welcome to Deepstone.
yeah, of Sven
Lost
and
treasure vault of the
I've forgotten what his reindeer is called, but it's great. Have a nice one.
Want to earn your keep? Hit those runes on the other side. Should turn this damn thing off. Not bad. An elemental. Red Crystal's magic must be strong. Oh no, I'm trapped. Looks like you'll have to handle this one yourself. Good luck.
Now I have that song on me. And that's probably bad, because I think Disney is more willing to copyright strike than a couple of Eurovision winners from 1963. So I'm just gonna go back to that. Go da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Come on, grab the orb. Where's Kay? I'll be fine here. Why don't you go see what the holdup is?
So, again, this fractal, also pretty straightforward. You have to take these two side tunnels before you can move forward with the main tunnel.
I always get the spiders.
There are some traps here.
You can't boss me around.
If you get blown away, you just get blown back to the start, so it's not really dangerous. But you basically have to reach these dwarven rune things so that you can stand on them. You need two people to reach them, and reach them in a way where they don't get blown off, like that guy just did. And I'm about to be... Whee! So many spiders! There we go. We stepped on both rune things, so the trap turns off, and everyone can just go here. And at the end, you know, you saw the elemental boss, champion level enemy
More spiders.
at the end of the other corridor, and at the end of this corridor there's going to be a big spider. Once we've killed all the small spiders. Wee, big spider. Sorry to anyone with arachnophobia, because this spider is real big. And each of them drop a little light orby thingy thing that you'll get an ability once you've killed this to reveal these shadow creatures to make them take more damage. It's all spores over here.
I don't... Just... Did you just... I see. This must be how the dwarves fought those shadow creatures.
Fascinating, really. Come on, let's go see if that door's open now.
This dungeon has 10 hidden small loot chests. They don't give a lot of loot, they're not really worth your time to go out of your way for, but there is an achievement for grabbing all 10 in a single run, so it can be worth doing. You can recognize them. There isn't one in this room right now, but you can recognize them by them having a little bit of a sparkle when they're hidden, and you walk close to them and you hit them with your Light of Deldrimor special ability. It works both on the mobs to make them more vulnerable. You can see when I pop this, it gets this light vulnerability debuff. It takes 20% increased damage.
Monsters worked.
And works on the chests. Oh, was there actually one over here? There was one over there. I didn't notice the light. Are we actually a group that's going to go find all of them? I don't think so. But we found another We found another. Okay, fine. I'm going to go grab them. I haven't actually done this achievement before. So if someone actually knows how to do the achievement, I'm just going to follow them and I'm going to do the achievement.
Go and step in that
That's
other
fine.
room.
You can see, find all 10 hidden chests.
This is just a hole in the ground. Dwarven traps are supposed to be clever.
Stop whining. Look, that did something.
Just gonna go into my shroud, because my shroud gives me quickness.
I can feel it.
I am totally okay with, in quotation marks, wasting people's time with this. It's fine. I'm willing to do it.
Because if it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead. I wouldn't be in the guild without you. Everything I am is because you gave me a chance.
There was a sparkle over there.
I owe you.
You owe me? Look, I made
You can never have too much
treasure
treasure.
for them. But you don't owe me.
Well, I mean, sometimes you just follow whoever is doing nice stuff, and you get to do nice stuff too.
Maybe you're right about this
Oh
place.
wait, what's happening here?
I got so caught up with getting back into the guild.
We've come this far. Maybe with our friends and the light of Deldrimor, we've got a chance.
Well,
No, it's
we've
fine.
also
It's
got
fine.
you, Kay.
I just looked at it and it looked like I
Thanks
accidentally
for not giving up
moved
on
my my screen itself, and you know.
Nice gear.
Is there a shiny?
Not bad. So, Kay, I never asked. Why did you hire the muscle?
Strong.
Never needed it before.
To keep you from doing something stupid. Because I know you.
Well, we wouldn't be here without him. Guess you earned your keep after all.
Oh, those are the rooms. Those are the rooms. Yep.
You're not gonna keep us out of that vault!
That feels good.
Torin, that voice. See you drawing closer. It knows we're coming.
Yeah, for the treasure vault. There it is. Come on!
Torin, wait! You
Sparkly.
don't have the light!
There hopefully is a sparkly on the other side too. I'm lagging 2 chests here.
Happening. This
Huh.
form is
Oh well, guess I didn't get all the chests here either. I mean, there might be one on the other side of him.
What's going on?
I don't see any sparklies. So.
Now we will leave as one.
You have the light. You have to use it.
Honestly, this one telegraphs the mechanics well as well, right? We've already had a room where we had to use the light on enemies. Then we had a room where we had to use it to solve a floor puzzle. And then this end boss here, he removes the floor slowly as the floor is hit by stuff. And we have to use the light to make the floor stay or come up again. So whenever we use the light, the floor reacts to our light. So that it can't be destroyed. He will hit it with stuff that slowly destroys. You can see after a while, stuff that's been hit with that is falls down.
Free their souls.
This phase, you can see the spectral flames are coming in, and everywhere they hit, they are going to remove floor. But again, we have our anti-shenanigans ability in the Light of Deldrimor. Our N button that can make the floor stay.
Don't let it take you.
Or new floor spawn.
You have to help him.
And again, you can see that I'm not dodge rolling everything, but every so often, when I notice that something is happening, I go, time to just make a little dodge roll. Make sure that I help where I just...
It will not last.
Where I have the option to do so, basically. Because every time you do something, your healer doesn't have to do it.
I am dead. Purge your spirit from its mortal frame.
And we like our healers, so that means we want to make sure that their jobs are as easy as possible.
I achieved.
Chest here.
I'm a kid, Kay. There's only one way
no
to save
sparkle
me now.
The light of Deldrimor. But I don't have it. You.
Oh well.
You have to do it. Please. Make it quick.
Oh, they found a chest. Oh, in the middle of the bridge. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We almost got the achievement. Almost. 9 out of 10. We probably missed one. Probably... chest in the core. Probably missed the chest in the corridor where we only found one. Remember me and that other guy? We went out 2 corridors. Corridor where... So we're now done with what people call T4, and we're now doing the Recs.
That looks valuable.
The recommended fractals. So you can see that this is scale 74, so it's the second highest tier 3 scale. And this is worth doing because a pristine fractal relic is 15 fractal relics. That's a lot. You also get a large mist offensive potion, which gives you +6 fractal relics more when you sell it. You get some encryptions, which again, the encryptions you normally... Did I not get that? Right. Jumping puzzle. So just hang with me while I try to multitask. The fractal encryptions we normally find worth buying just by like the deeply discounted and the discounted versions, so 60 in total each day is worth doing. And that's when we are buying them for one. Like let's say the deeply discounted, right? Deeply discounted, you buy it for 20 silver and 1 fractal relic. So by doing the recommended here and getting 3 more fractal encryption keys. Oh, these are the encryptions. 2 seconds. Have to make sure that I'm not spouting nonsense here. Yeah. These are the 3 encryptions. So the encryptions sell on the trading post for, I believe it's like. Where's the last one? Got it. Time it looks like. Oh, it bugged because we did it just when we did it, I assume. Yeah. /GG to die quickly so that we can retry it. Hopefully without the bug this time. Go right. Grab that. So.
Strong. Urge to kill rising.
So it does its thing here. It will spawn these. You have to walk over 3 of them. Third. So that I can go to this and jump up into the cloud to remove it. It seems like, yeah. We had that bug out, but that's fine. We'll just reload it. Okay, so usually it's supposed to be pretty straightforward to just jump up into each of those different cloud thingies. You take a cloud each-ish. I think there's only 4 on your 5 people, but you know, you take a cloud each-ish, and then you, then it stops its channel, and
I've got the target.
Ah, great traveler! What fortune our destinies should cross paths on such a day.
Supper! Nice to meet you.
I was talking about something before that. Right, the fractal encryptions. 3 fractal encryptions, you could sell those directly to the trading post for 60 silver. But they are also, you know, it's worth buying encryptions from the trading post to use all of your encryption keys. And it's worth buying both the deeply discounted and the discounted encryption keys each day. So honestly, what you really should do is simply just grab those encryptions and then open them with the keys that you get. You buy the keys with the
weird spirit was talking about. Let's get to work.
You buy the keys with the fractal relics that you pick up during the fractals. And then boom bam.
Ouch.
Yes.
Armored up.
Someone suggested markers, which is a good idea. You know, markers are always good. The only problem is that like someone has to put down the markers if we are to use markers. 1, 2, 3, jump.
I am dead.
1,
That
3,
feels good.
jump.
Armored up.
We did that right. Yeah, so we have a bugged fractal. I will do the other 2, maybe do a last try on this one. The others are done. See if that debugs it. Doop. Yeah, that happens sometimes.
And apparently you're inquest. Don't let that throw you, though. You're still basically duped. You're looking into the cause, disaster.
What are you doing? This entire place is about to go up in a flight.
So, Thormanova Reactor is basically a fractal that's a bunch of minigames. And then a boss at the end. You kill this Fire Legion Shaman here. Then you proceed to go out to each of the chambers at the edge to do challenges in them. So the first one here is just to kill a champion slime. Then there's one where you have to free some researchers. Then there's one where you have to stand next to some consoles and avoid being shot by lasers. And then there's one where you have to walk through some fire. And you want the cooling elements from the others to do this one properly, but a bunch of people are able to cheese this. There's probably someone in your group who's able to cheese this. I'm not able to cheese this, but someone probably is. Once you've done all 4 of those, you have to go into the middle, beam up to the top, and up on the top you're going to face off against a ley line anomaly. So.
Now, pipe down and take your medicine. Some of us intend to survive this fiasco. Wait! You can't slime me to death! I'm your creator! Ah!
You can't slime me to death! Poor Sora. This boss does have mechanics. These slimes at the edges aren't supposed to be allowed to reach it. But you know what the primary mechanic is? Kill it fast. You have the damage. Just pool all your damage and throw it onto it. Oh, this is only like a low-level version of this, so it's even easier. But even when you do this on the high scales, just throw everything into it and kill it.
Some of them may actually make it. We're going to need
these gates do not care about my poor condition damage.
Keep going. We can talk about the consequences of non-lethal radiation later.
And then boop.
You have to shut down more colliders. You may be experiencing.
And that's the second minigame done. We saved 4 researchers and we clicked the thing.
Though I can almost smell the boiling vomit of burning body. You have to shut down more colliders before you can extract a core sample.
Third minigame is in here. And it requires 2 people to get out to these different places, and then a 3rd person to get all the way in the back to the 3rd one. Grabbing an energy shield. I like that. Okay, if he's going in that direction, then I go in this direction. I need the golem to... Oh, someone else aggroed the golem. I wasn't the one that aggroed the golem. Fine, I'll come up here. And click! Click.
I think you're ready for the extraction. Get to the control panel and give it a shot.
Someone went to this one, someone went to this one, so I went to the one at the end that requires those to be pressed down, and then I clicked that. There's 2 consoles, but if you have stability, they can't snare you, so you can hit both. Oh, someone did the... That's what I'm talking about. Someone went over here and cheesed that one, however they do that, while we did the other ones, so...
It's an anomaly, I can't explain.
Easy.
I don't know if that anomaly is intelligent, but it's definitely hostile. And the only
We
way
don't
out...
need numbers. I was about to go like, well, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4...
You have to get by that thing and fast. If it doesn't kill you, the radiation will.
Now I return
People, the reason people
I'm going to overcharge
write
the
numbers here is because what this boss does is it makes these platforms, you can see they will fall away, but you can stop that from happening, and you yell out numbers before this starts, because then you have like a rotation for when you're going to be stopping the platform from happening, allowing you to stand on the same platform while you defeat the boss. Because if you all 5 do that in a row, you will know what to do. Again, we only needed to stop the platform from collapsing 3 times here because we're at a low level fractal, but higher levels it becomes more relevant, of course.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I'm reading a large
Cavern beyond the water.
That should be your starting point.
We dodge the mines because the mines are bad.
It seems you have an
Let's
ally.
get going.
Is that Lion Guard armor?
What's happening in there?
So this is the long version of the Ether Blade one. Some people can cheese this next part. There's going to be a little mini game where we have to walk through these things, this electrified grid. If you are someone, I think Mesmers are the one who can do it, but there are some classes that can just really easily do some sort of like leap or teleport or whatever through this maze, and then just win. I am not of that class. Yeah, there's a place in here to like turn off the things.
Violence, is it?
And then you move on to the next one, and in the you can shoot this guy while you're moving. Also, there's an achievement for there's a holodancer down there. Slash dance with that. And then also slash dance with the holodancer up here. Then you get 2 out of 2. You've danced with the holodancer. That gives a mastery point. Really easy mastery point. Really easy achievement to get. Just getting that, very nice. Gets you further into again the third complication about doing fractals that I'm also speaking about in that fractal video I made. Is that is that you want to max out this fractal attunement mastery track as fast as possible. Because it gives more loot, it gives you more agony resistance passively, it gives you the ability to interact with the small things that gives you plus 15 agony resistance. I don't know where I have it on my bar. I think I just interacted with one of them. Maybe I did. And that one also, by the way, heals you the first time you're about to go down after you press it. So, a lot of good. Get those tracks done as fast as possible.
Done.
I'm the law around here.
There we go.
Let's
Rigorous
see what this
certainty,
does.
plus 5 agony resistance, and the next time you would be downed, instead heal 25% of your total health.
This is a sterile research environment. Leave at once.
Leave at once. This is a sterile research environment.
Very well.
Leave at once.
Ways of dealing.
Nothing can save you.
This is kind of a fun one because this is Sora, in case you haven't done this fractal before. Is it this one over here that gets... gets up first? Because you kill a little bit of the boss's health, and then you stop having to deal with the boss, and then you have to kill an amount of these golems. That's the last golem.
Try like squid on a lightning.
Yeah, there are 2 left. And then he
You've won nothing! Tremble and cry as I unleash my greatest...
Nice gear.
Splats. Yeah. That is some karmic punishment for the Inquisition bad guy. Not Inquisition, just Inquest. But, yeah. Important to get those good little stretchies in. Yeah. So we are just going to go try this last one last time because it's annoying that it's bugged. We would like to actually do it. We'll see if we can. If we can't, we're just going to assume that it's like bugged and not just bugged a little bit. And you can also see, no, you can't see because I messed up the chat, but because we were only doing 74, we actually put up the group in the scale 51 to 75, which means that potentially, like the person who actually joined is clearly a veteran of Fractals, but potentially someone who hasn't unlocked tier 4 Fractals yet could join.
Going to lay it on thick, at least use proper vocabulary. Moving on, we can deal with those elementals. Go away. Stabilizing the fractal.
3 and jump.
And fast. This place feels...
Jump, 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 jump it all around. Jump it all around.
Did you say something? There! It's like a wind elemental. Must be with that weird spirit was talking about. Let's get to work.
Okay. Knock on wood.
You have no business here.
And fingers crossed. And see if we get it. Again, this really shouldn't be a challenge, so... Okay, grab 1, grab 2, grab 3, and over here, and jump, pew! And it's still bugged. It's bugged. Well, support, report a bug, area. I guess this is an NPC and oh, I don't remember what it's called. Combat. Voice of the Mountain. So, we're going to be good boys, and we're going to bug report that. Not options. I don't need options. I need support. Report a bug. Just going to check if it's actually something. No. Yeah, so we're just going to be NPCs. Combat NPCs, blocking progress, and it's voice of the mountain, enrages, even when, what's it called? It's called the mechanic. Mechanic is unfairly. Let's say unfairly. Whatever. In the fractal difficulty 74 scale, the voice of the mountain NPC enrages after the first jumping section. Part of the encounter. You jump into the clouds to disrupt it. Even if all clouds are properly disrupted within the time frame. We reloaded the fractal 2 times to check, and then went and did the other daily recs before going back and experiencing the same bug. Thank you for your time and work. Again, remember, even if it's something frustrating, even if it's something not working, even if it's something you that has made your day worse, like this is a small thing, it doesn't really bother me a lot, but even if it did, the guy you are reporting to here, they're just some person whose job it is to try to help as many people as possible. So being nice to them, thank them for their time, even if you don't think Guild Wars 2 as a whole is doing a good job of fixing bugs in a timely manner and all that kind of stuff. It's never the guys that are on the other end of these support tickets that are actually responsible for that. So be kind to them. They are doing a great job and a very important job, and we want them to be, you know, happy and know that we care about the job that they're doing. Basically. Cool. So, remember before you go to the next thing you're going to do, every day you should be grabbing all... right. Oh, I've forgotten that I've just used up all of my gold. Oh well.
That looks valuable.
Let's unlock a couple of all of these things. Then we're going to get the gold that we actually need. Inventory Wars 2 is in high effect. It's just a lot of inventory management in this game sometimes. Of course, not the banker. We want the trading post, where I definitely have some gold lined up. Always
that looks valuable.
Consume your fractal encryptions. Pop all of this. And notice the difference this is going to make. So, we have 35 gold here. We didn't do all of the things that could be done today, but we got 29 fractal encryptions opened. 35 up to 47. 12 gold just from selling the trash, the blacks, not black, the gray stuff that comes out of them. And of course that doesn't include any of the like recipes for ascended stuff, the additional fractal relics, the rare drops, the ascended pieces that you can also salvage. There's a lot of stuff that you get. And of course, I would always sell my potions. I would probably, if I didn't have the infinite ones, I would keep one around of each type of the large ones, because I would use that when I randomly hit upon a group that wanted me to use that, so that I could just smoothly do that group stuff, even though people were being unreasonable and thinking that we should use resources. I would just be like, that's fine, I'll just do it this once. Of course, click that on. And now that we actually have the copper fit, actually makes sense to salvage all of this stuff. And the rare that just popped out of it. And then we also had an exotic drop, and exotics we are specifically salvaging with our Black Lion salvage kits. I like having a bunch of those around, by the way, so if you don't already have those purchased this month, they are a great option to just grab at least 1 or 2 of, or this month, this 3-month period, because tomorrow at some point it's going to reset. Sell that, bank those, and in a second here we're going to start the strike rotations, but we are just fighting our inventory here first. And one down there, click, click. I generally sell the rare crests here on the trading post. I don't necessarily sell the masterwork ones, because these are actually, I recall them once upon a time they were just like, there would be like 70 gazillion of these available at all times, and you would just never get them sold. I guess they're selling now, so I guess I'm putting them up for sale. I'm keeping the silk scraps around because I have a weekly vendor I want to trade that to. I don't really need any specific boots, so I'm just going to grab these boots so that I can salvage them for some balls of dark energy. And one last thing we would like to do here. Where's my... I want an agonized essence. I'm also out of salvage tools, so I'm just gonna buy some new ones. And we are going to go out and just really quickly attune our ring. Because... Hello, I am Tatis. And I don't actually know how to pronounce that name. I don't know if you're pronouncing it in Danish. I can see that you are writing in Danish, probably because you're recognizing my Danish accent. Because, yeah, I can speak Danish. The song I've been singing on, or humming to all this time has the lyrics of Jeg danser, danser, stanser, sanser kun dig. Hvorfor gik du dog din vej? So, you know, that's a little bit of Danish for the people who... I don't know. because the... I don't know. I will mainly be speaking English in the stream though. Just because... I think it's 30% of my audience or something is American, and then like 20% is German, and then there's like a smattering of other countries. Of course, I don't know if the Americans are actually watching at this time of day, but they might be. Okay, so we were here to put this ring into here, and I forgot to grab some... you need... The last thing you need to attune a ring is a Agony Infusion +1. You just need a single one of these, and it doesn't grab from your bank for some reason, so that is annoying, but you will live. Blump, 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 and blump. Okay. There we go. So you can see the barbed signet. Pay a little bit, you get it attuned. And you get it attuned because if you're looking for gear, you get it attuned because you want more infusion slots. You want it both infused and attuned. But even when you just want to salvage it, you can see I get 2 clicks here of stabilizing matrices. Each of those basically count as if I had salvaged an ascended ring. And you can see what I wasted on this. Even if that was the one that only gave me a single stabilizing matrix, that stabilizing matrix is worth 40 silver right now, and I paid 24 silver for the agonized whatever I just purchased from the vendor over here. And then I spent 1/10 of a spirit shard, which is another 10 silver, and then a single agony infusion, which is like a little bit of copper. So it's worth it even if you only get 1 extra, but you are likely to get two on average. You could see the other chance roll gave 4, so assume you're getting about 2 per, and that's definitely worth attuning. But it's not worth infusing, because infusing is a lot more expensive. Infusing, in case you don't know, requires it requires these 10 of these, 5 of these, and 3 of these, something like that. And they you can see that's a lot of money to put into it. I've been playing Guild Wars. I am Thaddeus. I have played Guild Wars for... Hold on, let me show you something. Let me just grab something. No, I didn't put it where I thought I put it, but I have the Ridlock about this size plastic figurine for buying the collector's edition of the original Guild Wars. So I've been playing Guild Wars for, well, to say I've been playing for 20 years is a little bit misleading, or 21 years, or whenever, however old this game is a little bit misleading, because I have not been actively playing for that long. I've had long breaks, I switch MMOs a lot, I play Guild Wars 2, I play World of Warcraft, I play Final Fantasy 14, I have had a great time in the Ashes of Creation Alpha, I've enjoyed, what's that called, Albion Online for a while. I also played a lot of hours of RuneScape back in the day, but that's also an old thing. So I've been playing a lot of MMOs in my time, so to speak. But Guild Wars is one of the ones that I've been playing semi-regularly in a lot of a lot of times. So yeah, I'm a true MMOer. That's right. Anyhow, we were going to go do some strike missions now, and if any of you watching want to join for those, of course you are very, very welcome to do so. We're going to start in the Eye of the North, because we're going to start by doing what I like to call IBS 5 plus DS, which is Icebrute Saga, and the 5 most accessible strikes of those. There's also one called Cold War, but you spend 10 minutes in that just waiting for stuff to happen. And there's Forging Steel, which literally takes 43 minutes. And it's just so crazy. I mean, if you want to come join for some strikes, especially some of the easy ones here, you're very welcome to do it. Just make sure you have a decent build. You can find your builds on Snow Crows, or on, what's that other one called? It's called Meta Battle. I recommend those 2 web pages, and it's pretty easy to just get a build going. What do you play? I am Mathis. That is hold on a second. I like to do... Oh, did I accidentally log it? I did not, so I should just be able to. Huh. Something is weird about my stream, and I'm not being allowed to... There we go. I have a little black box to minimize how much I'm showing off my friends list. Again, it's not that it shows anything super important about people, it's just... It feels like they didn't sign up to be on the internet just because I wanted to do a little bit of streaming. Ugh, that guy wants to do Forging Steel as well. Ooh, ooh. Oh, only 3 KP. That's nice.
At ease.
Okay. So. Oh yeah, well, you don't need full Ascended. If the only place that you need Ascended armor, and trust me on this, the only place you need Ascended armor is in the Fractals of the Mists. And there you need the Ascended armor because the Ascended armor has these... the Ascended armor has these Agony infusions. So you want Ascended armor when you begin playing Fractals of the Mists because you want to get Agony infusions to get your Agony resistance up to a total of 150. That's the important breakpoint to reach, 150 Agony resistance. Which requires 12 of your 18 slots. There's 18 slots because your rings have 3 slots each. But it just requires 12 of those to have +9s and 6 to have +8s, I believe. And you can see that I have a couple that are a little bit higher, so I don't even have an infusion in my legendary backpack right now, and it's fine. You just have to reach 150 Agony resistance. But for the rest of the content, it's honestly fine to just be to just do ascended, not ascended, exotic gear. You can see just gonna go into my Spectre Thief build, which is an Alacrity heal build. You can see this character is decked out in Plague Doctors of different sorts and has the Runes of Water, but, you know, except for where I have some legendaries and therefore can, you know, just plop them into all of my characters. This character is actually just an exotic gear because it doesn't need to be ascended when I'm just doing strikes. So this is just an Alacrity healer that I can pull out whenever I want to do strikes. And it is right now parked in a location where I get a lot of daily value from grabbing a chest here and then flying around and grabbing chests around the Skywatch Archipelago, ending up down here, teleporting up to here, and moving back to this location again. And again, there's a rich orichalcum vein here too, so you can just grab that while you're here too. So, but yeah, it's actually pretty. It's actually pretty decent and pretty easy to grab, as long as you just have the gold to buy a set of the stats that you want. And it doesn't require a lot of gold, just a bit of gold. So as an Untamed, is that an Untamed build that you found somewhere? Did you find it on Snowcrows or Meta Battle and grab that? Or is it just, you know, you're playing this spec and you've just grabbed whatever? We're just pulling this down here again so that I can put this loop. There we go. And we are going to go to strike missions experienced. We're going to create a squad. We're a commander. That means we can put it to raid mode. That's very nice and easy. And yeah, that makes sense, Thaddeus. That you need to specialize your build. This is the one thing that you need to do before you're ready to do strikes. You need to specialize your build to the strike that you want to go into. You need, or not to the strike, but you know, you need to have one of the real big boy builds, so to speak. But as soon as you have that, they are pretty easy. And you too can set up groups. It's pretty easy. You just, when you say you advertise your group, what you're going for is that this group will be for the Icebrute Saga 5 plus Dragonstorm, and to fill out each group you need 10 people for these types of for any strikes. Strikes need 10 people, and these people you need for each 5, so for each subgroup, you need one person doing alacrity full time, one person doing quickness full time, and one person healing full time. And the healer can take either the alacrity or the quickness role. So the build that I'm running on this necromancer is a quickness harbinger, which means I have one of the quicknesses covered already. So what I want is 2 healers, I want 2 alacrity givers, and I want 1 quickness giver for my 10-man squad. And when the healers join, each healer will already know that they are going to be either an alacrity healer or a quickness healer, because that's just how healer builds work. And I'm going to say this group is being chill streamed over at Mook Chivalry. Because again, I believe it's good manners to just let people know whenever you're putting them on the internet. I'm not showing the chat. You can see my amazing pretty face instead. But I believe that... Oh no, I forgot. You get boons from builds. You do need for some of the builds to... The builds will tell you, right? When you look up Meta Battle or Snow Crows, the builds will tell you what you need. But you can see my build here. I get all of my quickness from this Deathly Haste, which means as long as I'm in Shroud, every 3 seconds I'm in Shroud, I am giving 3 3/4 of a second of quickness. I want to be in Shroud for 15 seconds at a time, so 5 ticks, because my soul barbs means that I will get 10% increased damage for the first 15 seconds I'm in Shroud, and the first 15 seconds I'm out of Shroud. I can click it here. You can see I'm getting the activation on soul barbs, and I'm getting the quickness, and the quickness refreshes, and it refreshes a little bit bigger each time, because I am, filling it up. And I am going out of Shroud to refresh my soul barbs. And I need to keep this up in the game. I have a couple of other things that give quickness, that's why it's okay that it runs out here. But basically I have a mixture of Vipers, which is pure... it's the most standard condition damage stat line. And then I have some like ritualists. Where did I put something that says ritualists for easy? Anyways, it's this stat line. This is the ritualist stat line, which also gives a bit of concentration and expertise. Concentration increases my boon duration, which I need because I needed to keep the full uptime on the quickness. So yeah, my build is a mixture of Vipers and
Do you require my assistance?
and ritualists, and it all relies on the Deathly Haste to give quickness. I also give quickness with the Elixir of Anguish to people I hit with it. I believe I have other things that... I think the bonus... I give everything to myself when I hit myself with this. And I believe I have a trait here somewhere that makes it so that I also do that to... Yeah, Elixir skills also grant their boons to allies within the Elixir impact radius and gain concentration based on my vitality. So I do give all boons to everyone around me with my Elixir of Ambition. Again, helping out with the amount of quickness that I can stack up. So I need also to have an alacrity healer. I need someone to do alacrity in the group that I'm in. And I need to make sure that this is actually a 10-member squad. So, again. Whoa. IBS 5 plus DS. 2 heal, 2 alac, 1 quick. This squad is being chill streamed over at Mook Chivalry. Boop. And I know that a couple of people really wants the the IBS reference to actually just say IB or IS for Ice Brewed in one and then S, but because IBS is also the the shortened version of irritable bowel syndrome, which is a disease that makes it... 2 seconds. I just realized that I want to keep this up because I want to keep changing out this description as people join. But yeah,
What now?
yeah, I don't think a lot of people loves their IBS, but unless they love their Icebrute Saga, because I think a lot of people love the Icebrute Saga. It's a great thing when you know, a lot of people don't really like Brahm in it because he's a bit of a jerk face, an idiot sandwich, a not very nice companion, a person where when we kill him or defeat him in Dragonstorm over here, a lot of people would kind of just have liked him to stay down. But he's also kind of relatable as a, you know, a hothead that doesn't really think his actions through. So it's fine. You need to have some characters that are also just meh. But yeah. I use IBS because most people use IBS, so that's what we're going to do it. You've only played Path of Fire and Heart of Thorns plus Living World Season 4. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's, you know, nothing wrong with that. I think Icebrute Saga is nice to at least unlock until you have access to Heart of the North, to Eye of the North, so that you can get access to strikes, so that you can begin earning. There's a lot of money to be earned here. You grab these Eternal Ice Shards, you turn them. You actually don't turn them into... Back in the day, you would turn them into this, which you could then turn into Volatile Magic, which you can then turn in over here, because Volatile Magic, I can just show you while we wait for people to join. 250 Volatile Magic and 1 gold gets us a Trophy Shipment Crate. So if I'm just gonna buy the 27 that I have the money for right now. So that cost me 27 gold, right?
You break it, I break you.
Nice gear.
And let's see if we get 27 gold back in value. Let's start with just putting some of all the yellow ones up on sale. So we're up to 4.4.
You must visit more often.
8.9. 14, 15. And you can see that I'm undercutting a bit here, but 15, 16, 17, 18 and a half. I don't have the money to put these up on the trading post anymore. I just have to go. Remember 18 and a half for a moment here?
Yes.
So we were at 18 and a half, and then 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.3, 23.3, 20, 31, 32. 36.6. 36, 7, 8, 9, 10. 41, 42.2. 42.2. And that was just, you know, the most valuable ones among them. So like 27 gold ended up being 42 gold plus, like, it's not that these are not worth anything. You can see this is another 5 gold. So like, you know, 50 gold from 27 gold. It's worth a lot. Doing that is nice. That gives you a lot of value. But after Khan Fallen Skull came out, Khan Fallen Skull is a vendor in the Wizards, in Secrets of the Obscure. He sells you this device, this portable Wizards Tower Exchange, where you can trade your Eternal Ice Shards for Tyrian Defense Seals. So you can turn them in to this instead. 2 seconds. Hey, squad here. Welcome. Can you A heal for now? And a little heart to let them know that we're friendly. And then we have to bring this back because I have to go here again. And then update the group description to say oh, and another QDPS joined. So what we really need now is just one A heal. Boop. QDPS and a little heart, and putting them into this group.
Everyone fights for something.
Your boons will focus. They will first prioritize the people in the same subgroup as you. So that's why we're putting people in 2 groups. We want to make sure that my quickness that only hits 5 people hits us 5, and his quickness that hits 5 people hits them 5. Oh, and there's an A heal. And so edit group description. Now we just need to fill out with DPS. Perfect. So it probably goes fast now. Anyways, so nowadays it's better to convert them into Tyrian defense seals, because the defense seals, the best box to buy if you don't have access to the discount vendor, the best box to buy is the which one is it? It's the, I think it's the Tango one. I think it's Tango supply box. That's the most valuable one. But almost all of the ones that are on discount here will give more gold. So you buy them here, you open them, you hope for the big purchases like this one. That's nice. I'm just going to put everything into my bank. The other one was mostly just to show you how much it is, but yeah. So I like when I'm sorting people out to kind of like say, I want as few duplicate classes in each one as possible. Just because it feels good. Like, there are some things like the rogues, when they use their ultimate Skelk Venom, that deals a lot of break bar damage, that will take 5 people and give them 5 stacks, and I'm not actually sure that those stacks, that the stacks stack beyond 5. So that means that there could be some inefficiency with rogues that are in the same party. Yeah, I mean, that is, I have a lot of videos at this point up on my channel that are just going through whatever you want to do, whatever you feel like doing. You can just follow one of my my guides in that content, and that should tell you. I don't go in depth in how you do the content itself, because there's a lot of great guides for that out already. But I do go in depth about how to get access to the content, how to optimize the way you do it, and how to convert all the currencies into gold. Because, like, again, I just spent like 500 gold earlier today, because right now on the OTAP, this exchange, right? The Silverfed, Copperfed, and Runecrafter Salvage-O-Matics are on sale. They are worth getting. You should definitely get these 3 if you can. I would prioritize the Silverfed, and that is only to be used for rare loot after you've identified the unidentified. The Copperfed is for all masterwork and fine. Both of those give advantage for those. The Runecrafters are to be used. 2 seconds, I just have to make sure that we're ready checking. And one last guy. Let's go. They are worth getting, and you know, you could buy them with real life money, but you don't need to, because in Guild Wars you can simply make a custom exchange of gold for gems. So 187 gold will get you the Silverfit Salvage-O-Matic right now. And, you know, as soon as you begin thinking of it as gold instead of as gems, that becomes it becomes much easier to get a lot of the quality of life stuff in Guild Wars. Because there are quite a lot of quality of life stuff that is gem store only, but you make enough gold to convert that pretty easily. Yeah. And you're right, the Gryph itself needs 250 gold. Again, look at my meta events. I think that's the most easily accessible, so to speak, of all of these. My meta events video. You can farm Dragonfall for a long time, and Dragonfall gives an average of 50 gold an hour while you're farming it. I would switch it up a little. Basically, all of the Cantha meta events are really great. And once you're looking at that, right, then if 50 gold an hour is your average, and let's assume that you miss something, or you don't have all the karmic retributions that makes it super efficient or something like that, then let's assume that you only get...
That looks valuable.
30 gold an hour. You'll probably get more value than that. But let's assume, for the sake of this argument, that you only get 30 gold an hour. 30 gold an hour to get to 250 gold, right? That's 60 for 2 hours, 120 for 8 hours, you're at 100. So it's 8.5 hours of grind to get to that Griffin. Which is... It's an annoying amount of grind to do the same thing on. I highly suggest doing different stuff just because you don't want to feel like the video game you're playing in your free time is a grind. You want it to, you know, do different stuff with it. And there's a lot of stuff that gives a lot of gold.
Be careful up there. Conditions
Like the
have gotten worse
strikes,
since
like the
Vanguard left.
fractals, like
They'll have to find another way up.
honestly, if you don't have a lot of time on your hands, one of the best ways to get a decent amount of gold is by taking your Wizard's Vault, right? Make your daily and weekly objectives only PvP, and then just do like basically, if you have a decent PvP build, you should be able to do enough to get the dailies done in one PvP run by default. Sometimes it will take you two, either because one of them is to get top stats and you didn't get that one of the times, or because one of them is kill 3 players and you were really unlucky, so you got into a match where you got curb stomped, but those matches only last 6 minutes or so because, you know, you got curb stomped. And you can just weekly do one, daily do one PvP thing on average to do your daily, and then the weeklies will also just complete themselves. You'll need to do like, I mean, at most 15 games a week to complete the weekly, and the conversion in the Wizard's Vault is a great way to earn gold. Like, super awesome. I have a video where I talk about what I kind of prioritize myself in the Wizard's Vault. But you can kind of see it here, like the Mystic Coins for 9 apiece, super valuable. The Gold Bag, 1 gold per 6, super valuable. The Mystic Clovers are really expensive to do in other ways, which means that these can't really be converted into gold per se, but when you want to craft legendaries, it's just nice to have slowly gotten these over time. The legendary set here is actually the highest gold value, but it requires you to craft a legendary to actually use it. So again, maybe you want to use those 1,000 wizard bucks in a different way. Easiest way to get ascended armor and weapons in the game right here. Each of these, where are they? Each of these tomes of knowledge is a spirit shard. 1 spirit shard. Hold on. I have to. have to keep up with what's happening in the background as well. But these are some of the easiest strikes in the game, so as you can see, they don't really require a lot of focus to actually do. They probably do your first couple of times. Well, Shiver Peaks Past doesn't, because Shiver Peaks Past is just, it's a freebie. And I will focus a bit more when we get to Bone Skinner here in a moment, but yeah. Let's see what you wrote. You wrote, yeah, I will only spend real money on expansions as a principle. Seems like a slippery slope otherwise. Yes. Yes, it is a slippery slope. I have already spent quite a lot of money on this game. When I was younger, I liked to buy the keys, right? I don't actually know where they keep them. Key. The black line chest keys, because you know it's not gambling, but it's kind of gambling, and I'm not exactly a gambling addict or anything, but it's an easy thing to just. It feels good. It feels good when you drop something rare, all of that stuff. And that's primarily what I spent gold on back in the day, and not gold on, real life money on back in the day. But yeah, it doesn't really earn you as much as just doing gold content that's efficient. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to not spend gold on anything but the. I forgot to ready check, which, yeah, I should have ready checked. Oh yes, I get that. I have they're kind of small, but over my shoulder here, the white thing here and the black thing here, they are they're magic decks that I haven't gotten around to move out of the screen after the last time I used them. I'm trying to get into Commander. I'm trying to build my first Commander deck right now. I'm going for a green-white, what's that called? Citizen Enchantment deck. Because I really enjoyed playing enchantments back in Theros. So I want to get back to the enchantments if I can. So yeah, I'm building my first Commander deck, but what I have back here are just... It's a cheese Mir deck from way back in the Mirrodin days, where you get the Mirs, you get two Mirs that each of them says untap all other Mirs, and they're not legendary creatures. So you know, and Mirs give mana. So you tap one, then tap all of your other Mirs, and then tap the other, and then tap all of your other Mirs, and then tap the first one again, and then you keep doing that. And you get a Mir Battle Sphere, which is a Mir that you can spend a mana to give it +1/+1 until the end of turn. So that's basically your Mir Fireball. And then you hit the enemy with it. So that's fun. That's very old school deck. Not really efficient anymore, but it's fun. The other one is still really efficient. It was a standard tournament ready deck back when its gimmick is Manifest with Whisperwood Elementals. Mostly green, a little bit of white, and I have one mountain in the deck because then I have Senna Ghost the Reveler as a commander with a little splash of red there. And then I have 4, you know, green-red fetch lands and 4 white-red fetch lands so that I can find my mountain whenever I need it. Yeah. but yeah, one mountain in that entire deck, and I think that's kind of fun. Oh, since 97, that's a long time ago. Ooh. I just played with my older sister's partner here a little bit ago, who also played way back in the day, back in the beta days, but then haven't played in many years, and that means that a lot of his decks still have all the white borders from back then, and are like as to say they're worth more than my house is a little bit, you know, over the top, but it feels like it. You're really worried about whether or not you should even play with his cards, because sometimes you're like, I don't know how much this is worth it. It could be like a lot. Oh, magic and the collectioning. Anyways, we're now doing one of the more difficult strikes. So this is one of the strikes where you have to be a little more careful. Yeah, revised dual lands. The dual lands that just play. He was confused that my dual lands tapped when they entered the battlefield, because he was like, no, dual lands, they just enter the battlefield, right?
That's good.
Of course. So yeah, the Bone Skinner. It's easy when you learn its mechanics. So there are two things to look at. Well, three things. When he stands on his hind legs like that, use your special action. If everyone uses their special action, it will break him. So that's an easy way to get a lot of extra damage in on him. 80% of the way out, dodge roll. When he lifts his right leg like this, that means that he is about to make a lot of bad stuff on the ground. So you want to not stand in that. Dodge roll that. You can also look at the ground instead of looking at his leg if you want. Get 80% of red out here. Dodge roll. And if you look at the ground, there will also be yellow circles under you here. You move out of them. So
barely.
There are a couple of ways to see this. Dodge roll. And dodge roll. Run out of those. And you shouldn't stand in the way when he's moving in that direction either, but you know, we did. Dodge roll. We have it here. Easy Bone Skinner. People knew what they were doing here. But yeah, the big things to look out for is have a look at his right leg, and whenever he lifts it, you need to move a decent way out of the way to make sure that you don't get hit by the shit in the ground, because you're stacking up to make sure that you have a lot of space to stand when he does the next one. But the disadvantage to that is also that the shit on the ground is stacked, so you have to get out of that as well. Otherwise, you know, you die real quick. The other one in the Icebrute Saga that's seen as a little bit difficult is the Whisper of Jormak, this one. It can be cheesed, luckily. Well, honestly, the way we all do Bone Skinner on is also a cheese. You're supposed to interact with the stuff that's happening out on the edges of the Bone Skinner arena, and you're supposed to prevent all of the wisps from spawning, because the wisps deal a lot of damage, but instead you just get a lot of people with reflect to reflect the wisps stuff back at them, and then you hit the last guy here. They are still waiting, and go. Alright. You reflect the wisp stuff back at them, and they kill themselves with their own attacks. And then you don't have to worry about the mechanics of the fight, except, you know, dodge rolling the stuff that he puts on the ground, which you should definitely worry about. So, you know, this boss will put these circles on people. You know, don't stand on top of other people with circles on them, right? That's how to beat that mechanic. Then there's a collect on this circle mechanic. You can see the arrows moving in here. You're collecting on the circle. He throws all of us out to battle ourselves. As you beat your guy, you will be spawned out, and you will be able to hit other people's guys as well. You can ignore this mechanic. That is know if I'm going to kill anyone. I say as somebody got down somehow by it. Again, we're spreading out here.
You won't escape.
Then he does this. You can see the blue lines. And those blue lines are becoming chains. If you stand on top of someone, you can't see it in all this shit, but if you stand on top of someone that's chained to the boss, you will take a lot of damage. You can see the chains here. These 3 chains. If you stand on top of those, you're going to take a lot of damage. So don't do that. And if you get chained, make sure to not move from side to side, because then you're just let other people get out of your way instead of trying to get out of other people's way with the chains. That's the better way to make sure that nobody accidentally dies from the chains. You can see the chains coming up here. Those 3 chains. And we are going out to each other again. And he's getting down to his last 25% HP. So in a second here we will see the final stage. The final stage is also kind of scary. You will send a lot of balls out everywhere in the room, and those balls will deal a lot of damage. And you know, they explode when they hit someone to deal a lot of damage. But if I just place my little flesh worm right there on top of him, there's the effect. You can see all of them are just hitting and exploding in the middle, instead of reaching out and hitting the rest of it. Of course, 4 people just stood on top of him and died to it, but they would have died anyways to the balls, so, you know. But my little guy there is tanking, so I always switch to Flesh Worm for this specific boss encounter. Always switch to Flesh Worm for this. And then switch back to your Blood is Power, because Blood is Power gives you a little bit more DPS, but the Flesh Worm is used specifically here when you're a Necromancer. So, Necromancer cheese, whoop whoop. Whew. So that was the Ice Brute 5. Now we are going to the Dragonstorm part of this. Which is, okay. A lot of games think they do dragons well. World of Warcraft think they do dragons well. Final Fantasy think they do dragons well.
They didn't make things.
A lot of games think they do dragons well. Guild Wars 2 and their Elder Dragons, they do dragons well. These are the dragons I'm talking about. Like, well, you won't have any doubt when they actually show themselves. But wow, like all of the Elder Dragons in Guild Wars are just super cool models. They are at a scale that's almost unfathomable. Like, you look at them and you go, how am I supposed to beat something this large? How am I? And you, it's great. It's great. I love how Guild Wars does that. I don't know what kind of a person do we still have a I don't remember. I didn't remember which person just left the group, so but yeah, I'm just gonna put that down there because we are going to just write strike missions, experience, and we are just going to say DS, DPS. There we go.
Prison's coming in for a landing, Commander.
The area's cleared, Kaith. Bring him down.
We break the champion's connection to the dragons. Then we use that magic against them.
What will happen to Bram? To Ryland.
But yeah, you can almost guess where the dragons are going to be spawning, right? Like, where could huge, enormous creatures be here?
Nice to get it clear on the trash for me, Commander.
Refreshing.
I am dead.
2, and we're going to say 2 ice, 3 fire. So this is... You have one important duty as commander in...
you must draw them out.
In this specific strike mission. Slash kind of instance meta event, however you want to look at it. And that one important thing is to choose... You will be fighting Ryland and Bram at the same time, so you want to make sure that one group goes to one of the champions and the other group goes to the other. So you have to decide which groups goes where.
This is not justice.
So usually you just say, you know, 2 ice, 3 fire. But you can mix and match. You can go like, okay, I've put myself in group 2, but I really want to do Graham today. Maybe because you want the achievements for it. There are like something about fire.
Yourself?
I don't remember what they're called. Trial by fire? No. Putting out with the fire brand? I don't remember what they're called. There's achievements for dodging on each side of this map. 30 times, I think it is. So you have to dodge like... You have... And there's achievements for breaking them in their second phase as well. So you have to dodge Jormag's like line attack, and you have to dodge the big fiery boulders that rain down from the sky over at Primordus, and you have to dodge, rather you have to break Graham and Ryland. So there's a lot of stuff that you have to do. But yeah, look at this. Look at the scale of these dragons. So big. Such dragon. Wow. Love it. Oh. Be the blizzard, Jormag. Be the blizzard. Be the voice in my head. I'm just saying it's a great thing that I'm not actually the hero, because I think Jormag would have gotten to me. Jormag would have I would have fallen to Jormag's whispers. The dragon of ice and persuasion. I would have fallen for that shit. So we break the defiance bar here. And then
as
2
long
goes
as
ice and
Jormag
3
is
goes
connected
fire.
to the power of a champion and the Frozen, they will keep Primordus cowed.
I think he's going to go far enough away that he's going to jump back here. No. Well. Oh, you also played End of Dragons? Great. We're going to be doing the End of Dragon strikes here in a moment. Those are also great money makers, especially the first time weekly. Again, I'm doing them at this time, at once, because, you know, I think it's a good way to get a little bit extra time streaming in, and I want to practice talking to the camera and you guys. You know, meet the people who also watch my videos, right? Wait, so this is the thing that you're supposed to dodge. Woo, dodge that. Evade, evade. I just got 2 out of 30 if I didn't already have that achievement. I already have that achievement. But, you know, this is the thing you have to dodge over here. The meteors that are falling over there, those are the meteors you have to dodge from that part. Anyways, if you're doing the End of Dragons for yourself and you have all the time in the world,
the champions are hanging on to dragons by
there's a
thread.
weekly End of Dragon strike thing that... I'm so slow. If there's a weekly End of Dragons strike mission for doing at least 4 of them that ends up giving you a legendary insight. There's also a daily for one of the strikes. So if you're active multiple days... Oh, you will already do this. Oh, right, we have to do this. So you're active for multiple days, you could just do the daily for that day and then, you know, keep doing that. That's technically more time efficient. You're going to get more gold for your time invested. But, you know, I'm not streaming every day and I want to give people an opportunity to join me in these strike missions. So I'm going to do all 4 of the EOD in a row. A lot of us went south and not a lot of us went north. Oh well. And then we fight them again.
Switching to Horn.
We only have to fight them 2 times. It's not too bad. So breaking this ability is the other achievement that you can get here. And Bram does the same kind of like big stuff around you. And you know, if you want achievement progress, whenever this happens, walk into it so that you can dodge out of it to get more progress on that achievement. Because you don't get progress for standing beside it, you only get progress if you would be hit by it if you didn't dodge. Our Ryland is going down a little faster than their Bram. I could be a little worried about that, so I'm switching up, going over to the Bram. And this is the other thing. That thing he was just channeling.
The connection's
is a thing you can also be getting an achievement for slowly breaking. And then of course we have to hit the Elder Dragons. That's the actual point here. Just look at the size. We're just ants hitting this. Love that. Then we have to break them one last time down here, and then we have to channel some power to
Stay focused. One last push. For Bram. For all of us.
That feels good.
Champion, help me! There's too much. This power. It's so wild. Get to the prisms.
I'm coming. Hold on, Aurene.
So we're channeling into this big ball that Aurene is trying to make. Aurene is, you know, our small Elder Dragon. Younger Elder Dragon.
You back.
She's going to throw us back here. She's going to put us into this weird cutscene that doesn't actually lock our character movement. So we can still move around and jump around. Look at this. Oh. I love it. I love that. I think you should be able to skip it, but I love it so much that. And again here, 2 gold, very good amount of gold. 25 Tyrian defense seals. You use those for the vendor that I showed you earlier. This is also like 2.5 gold and is used for Aurene legendary weapons if you want to make those. These are also 60 or so silver. So a lot of money here, basically. Yeah. And you're right. They do cinematic battles pretty good, and there is a lot of clutter. Both of those are true at the same time. Yeah. I mean, I know that the Dragon Hunter is the class that we're calling the Disco Ninja, but really we're all Disco Ninjas. Every single class are a Disco Ninja, or we're one color of the Disco Ninja rainbow, and yeah, I want to view that as a grid. Thank you.
The spirits of the wild welcome you.
And again, there are a couple things here. When you daily do an Ice Brute Saga thing here, you unlock different of these. You also get the Rage who was in your squad. Just wanted to say thanks for the chill run. Thank you, Rhaegar. It was a really good squad, honestly. Nobody did badly. Everyone just did what they were supposed to do, and everything went super smoothly, even on Bone Skinner, where things usually get a little hairy. But thank you for joining the squad and for popping by. Anyways, daily when you do these strike missions here, you unlock some of these things. This is from Cold War, and this is from what's it called, Pushing Steel or something like that. The one that you do in here. Anyways, I wouldn't worry about that, but when you interact with the chest, you can open it once a week. You get a blue Prophet Crystal the first 3 times a week that you do the daily, whatever one of these strikes are the daily. So you can see today we got our crystal because we did Voice of the Fallen and Claw of the Fallen. If you do this 3 days in a row, very good value. If you don't, you can also choose to simply buy 2 blue profit crystals from this vendor and then open the chest if you don't expect to get the rest of it, to make sure that you get as much as possible, as big chests as possible. And you can see we got 3 chests because we had 3 of these echoes. Doing Cold War once a week, especially if you are online to do it the day that it's the daily, definitely worth it to get the 4th chest. I never do steel. Forging steel, that's what it's called. I never do that.
Nice
but
gear.
It's not that it's not worth doing, it's just that it takes so long and it's an escort mission, and I've played I've played MMOs since escort missions started, and it's just I'm so done with escort missions. Whenever I can, I want to not do escort missions. Anyways, once we've done a little bit of inventory management here, we're going to go to Cantha, and we are going to do...
You can never have too much treasure to your crew.
The full rotation of End of Dragon Strikes. So, Rhaegar, if you're still here, and if you want to join for another one, please feel free to come down to End of Dragons and join the squad for the full... Not the full rotation, we're not doing Old Lion's Court, we're just doing the... Harvest Temple, Etherblade Hideout, Sunglai Jade Junkyard, and Kaineng Overlook. So, create squad. Make sure to put it in raid mode, 10-member limit, because as you saw earlier, when you don't do that... There we go. When you don't do that, and you put up your group, it just says, oh, that was the wrong squad size, I'm sorry, and... it boots you, and it even deletes all your text, so you have to write it all out again. Weekly EOD rotation minus OLC. And again, this is a fresh squad, so I'm going to need 2 healers. I'm going to need 2 Alex. And since I'm a quick DPS myself, I only need 1 quick. Boop. And if anyone watching wants to join that, feel free to come on over and let's have some more fun in the strike rotations. I can just show you while we wait for that. If I just write weekly, I can probably find it here. Weekly Cantha strikes. So you can see you only need 4 of them, so you don't need Old Lion's Court. Old Lion's Court isn't the worst one, it's fine, but you do need it. It's one of the few places in this game where you need a tank. You need someone who actually knows how to do the very, 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 very niche role of tanking a specific enemy and letting it move, kiting it around at some point. So it is, just by virtue of that, a little bit more difficult than the others. And you can see that the first one we do each week, we get 5 blue profit shards, then 5, then 15, and then we get a legendary insight. And yes, legendary insights are the currency that some groups require you to have 250 of to actually join their squads for random non-challenge mode strike missions. And if you were to get them from challenge missions, especially they also did this back when it was just End of Dragons, and this was the only legendary insight you could get from non-challenge mode strike missions, which means that to complete their groups under their own parameters, you would have had to do this full rotation for 250 weeks, or get them from raids, which is where you actually get them. So, yeah. Yep. I'm just gonna pull this up again, because I just realized that, I'm going to want to change my group description a couple of times, as healers and the quick DPS or allied DPS or whatever we get this time join, I want to keep updating. One thing that you can do in Arborstone while you wait for everything else to happen is to just kill this guy. This hero challenge right here, super easy, barely an inconvenience. Cool guys don't even look at him while he just dies from that dodge, you know. That's who we are, we're the cool guys. Don't look at explosions. Just, you know, it gives a Rit some experience. And again, actually with 254 experience being all that you need, right? That's like, this gives 34,000. That means that it's a 10th of a spirit shard. This experience in and of itself is like 10 silver. It's pretty good. You're also, of course, not locked to an instance. If you feel like it's taking a while for you to get the group that you want together, you can just go to some other maps, just chill around, do something else, then come back to it once the group forms. Of course, we want our weekly antique summoning stones from Levias here. I don't buy with blue prophet shards anymore because I believe there's a better way to use those nowadays. But I'm definitely going to grab one for gold. I'm definitely going to grab for coins and for karma. Probably also for imperial favor. Yeah. I mean, you can grab it for these blue prophet shards as well. It's not a bad thing. It's fine and it's easy. But you can see I only paid 1 gold for the one that cost gold. I'm selling it for 1 gold 71. You know, it's fine. It's good gold. It's good gold and it's weekly and it's easy to purchase. You can also save them up because the reason they're worth so much is because you use them to make the Aurene legendary weapons. And I'm considering making another one of those, so I'm just gonna put those in my bank. But yeah, up in Eye of the North, right beside the chest I was just talking about, there's a guy that exchanges your blue prophet shards for some pretty decent, like, what are they called? Like the Season 4 currencies. The Season 4 currencies that you can use for, you know, converting into... I also showed you that up there.
There's a cat island?
That is the most valuable thing to do, I think.
Landmarks that represent the heart of our family heritage.
No, I want to go to Cat Island.
I should have left you in Kryder.
Listen, hurry! It's an island of cats.
I found a friend. Whee! Jump, 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 jump it all around. Jump it all around. Woo! Jump, jump, jump. Here, have some recreational, totally not drugs. Alright, I'm doing videos right now on the weekly vendors, right? And there's a vendor that I'm never going to use myself. I'm just going to show you guys watching right now a little peek on one of them. I never use this vendor myself because I don't really like
Act
fishing.
with honor.
But
speak with integrity.
Every day on your account, you can from this guy buy a chunk of ancient ambergris for a random rare fish. This changes every day, so you can just keep the fish around that you want to use on this guy.
Greeting.
And then just have them for whenever they come up. There are also a couple in Secrets of the Obscure or Janthia Wilds or somewhere. There are more of these. I'm going to cover where they are, but yeah. Chunks of ancient ambergris. They are really good. Value, right? Chunk of ancient ambergris. Just over 2 gold. Definitely exceedingly right completing survey. And challenge mode bosses in Mount Balrior. Ah, it's an infusion, right. Wait, you can sometimes get this infusion by doing survey events in Mistburnt Barrens? They actually implemented an infusion that you sometimes get from the events and not just... Oh my. Huh. But yeah, you basically have to save all rare fish. And no, I think it's not, maybe not all rare fish. If you go to the Guild Wars 2 wiki and yeah, we do go full clear. But if you just look up Fishmonger or Tarot Everclaw, you can see which one specifically you would have to. And since it's a vendor, they will probably work even if you stash them in your bank. So you can probably put them in your bank. Awesome. Could you do a heal for now then? And a little heart to let them know that we appreciate them. And edit the group description so that we only need one, not a half Alec, but one Alec. And one healer and one quick. Perfect. And I haven't actually heard from Simone. Simone also just left. Oh well. But yeah, I get that you feel like it's too much inventory space. That is, to me, it's not even the inventory space. It's just that I don't want to do the fishing. And it's not that I've done no fishing. I've enjoyed doing just enough to like do. I don't remember where I find the fishing achievements. Are they collections? I think. I think I did some fishing collections at some point back when fishing was new and exciting. But then fishing came up to become one of the most efficient ways to farm gold in the game with the lowest effort. You can also get like 50 gold per hour, same as Dragonfall, for just fishing. If you do it in the right place in the desert at nighttime and you have the right lures. And you just move from fishing spot to fishing spot, cast your line and do... And it's too little effort to me, right? It's not that I think it's bad that it's an option, it's just that I'm not going to enjoy it. I want something that where I'm doing a little bit more than that. Just to keep my mind on it. Even though I do like when I'm not streaming while I'm gaming it and doing stuff like this, I generally like to do I generally like to have a stream open myself on the second monitor. So I don't. It's not that I don't need the game to be the only thing. What's it called? Like, not you know, keeping me here. I don't need the game to be the only thing that I really excites me. But I just think the fishing does too little. It takes too much effort away from watching whatever I'm watching on the second stream to fully enjoy that, but it's too repetitive to enjoy the fishing itself. So I don't do the fishing. I'm probably not going to do a guide for the fishing, even though it's very high up there. Actually, you know what? I'll do a fishing guide in Guild Wars 2 as my 1,000,000 sub goal. Yeah, so if like 1/7 of the entire country I live in subscribe to me on YouTube, I'll do a fishing guide. But I'm putting it up there because I believe that that's an unrealistic goal for me, and I don't want to do a fishing guide. I don't want to do a fishing guide. But I will. If a lot of people say, you know, you really should do the fishing guide, I'll do it.
Sharp blades.
What I don't do for entertainment. this is taking a while. So while this is going on, I am just going to do another thing that you can sometimes do. And again, doing this, you don't necessarily need to do it once a day, but this is another good thing to just do sometimes. I don't know if I still have the buff on me from last time I did it. No, I've played more than 6 hours since then. But basically, when End of Dragons came out, this heart down here is made to help you get into some of the basic mechanics of the game. And it rewards you really well. It rewards you with a 6-hour buff that gives you plus 20% experience from all sources. And remember that experience, once you've completed your mastery tracks, are just getting you closer to actually getting that spirit shard that's at the end of every track. And each spirit shard is somewhere between 80 silver and 1 gold, 20 silver.
You can never have too much treasure.
It's really nice. Let's just see. We just had a couple of join us. That's an engineer. It might be an Alakeel. If it's an Alakeel, that's very nice. I'm just gonna put this down here again. Do a little bit of this. Do a little bit of that. Oh, it's just DPS. Let's just write 1 boon heal. Boop. And the boon DPS goes down here, and the normal DPS goes up here. Awesome. Some welcome. Just do whatever boon the joining healer doesn't. Yeah, perfect. And we're just going to switch over to this because this trainer is teaching you about
Let's see 'em.
effect circles.
Oh, you caught me
My
off
minions
guard.
explode, effect circle, I shoot through them, I combo finish. So you can see they make a combo finisher blast, and these do combo finisher physical projectile. So boom, 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 boom. I have finished all that I can from that guy.
My defense protocol is stupid.
Give my creation life.
By employing crowd control effects.
Now we move over to the learn how to break bar NPC.
My defenses are now resetting for the next lesson.
And I have some minions here that will help me break bar it. 7, 9, and 3.
You have successfully.
Oh, and there's a guy there that also break bars a lot.
Consider withholding direct attacks.
I know that my build also has break bar built into the shroud, so when these let me try that again. When these are on cooldown, I can go into shroud and I can do some break bar in there.
You have successfully eliminated my defenses. My defenses are now resetting for the next lesson.
You have successfully eliminated my defenses. My defenses are now resetting for the next lesson. We are almost finished with the heart here. Break barring in. Up. Once more should almost complete it, and then we'll have to go there and dodge like 2 things. Oh, ah. The event is up.
Step into the ring. Try to keep away from my left.
Completing this event up here also gives you progress towards it, and it's an event, which means you get loot and stuff from completing it. And of course experience, which we already talked about. Experience is money when you've reached level 80 and have completed the local mastery track. So in this case, it's the end of Dragons mastery track. What's my favorite mount and expansion?
Let's do this. It's time for for the final round.
Oh, that's difficult. That's really, really difficult.
Power flows through.
We can do this, Master. We won't let you down.
If starting by, let's start with the expansion. I think my favorite expansion
It's only fair
is
I do the same.
probably End of Dragons.
Are we?
I really liked this entire, you know, Chinese vibe. Felt really fun to look at, you know, the Tyrian Chinese inspired culture. Really, really great. It also wrapped up the Dragon Saga, and the Dragon Saga has just been a lot of fun. I think Secrets of the Obscure is suffering from the fact that they had to, you know, start a new saga. They had to start something new, and that meant that it felt like side content more than primary content. Of course, I honestly think Janthia Wilds, because they are continuing the story with the mists included. We're learning about spectral agony right now, right? We're still, the wizards are still relevant, which means that it's beginning to feel like an expansion, you know, that like we're starting a new epic story arc. But but Secrets of the Obscure had to do that start, right? They had to really begin. And that's always, honestly, that's always difficult. That's I understand why it felt a little bit tame sometimes, that expansion. But yeah, I think End of Dragons is really good. I think some of the Living World chapters are really good. I think I loved Palava Joko. I know sometimes people can think he's too much, but I enjoy that just over the top praise me lich, like, oh, I am the glorious Palava Joko, our glorious leader, that blah 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 blah. All hail Palava Joko. I think that's kind of fun. I'm gonna say End of Dragons. I'm gonna say End of Dragons, but I think there's great stuff in most Guild Wars expansions, honestly. And for my favorite mount, I think it's... as you can see, I haven't actually unlocked either the Sky Scale or the Griffin. I just never felt like it previously, and it's become important to... Hey, welcome and perfect. So please, a DPS celery. And I'm just gonna put this down here, and then pop this up here, and then again up here so that you guys can see what I'm actually doing. And we are going to say edit group description. Now we just need DPS to fill. Excellent. So the Sky Scale is cool now. They've done a lot of stuff where the Sky Scale is relevant and cool. And now in Janthia Wilds, where I don't just get it because I just do, I am considering actually grabbing the Sky Scale. But I think my favorite mount currently is probably the Springer. I've enjoyed scaling like huge things and just seeing where can I boundary break, because the Springer allows you to move up so far so easily. So I think Springer is definitely my is gonna be my answer here. We don't have that. Excellent. Okay, so now we're beginning the strike missions. Starting Etherblade Hideout. You think Path of Fire and World 4 maps were the best, although Cantha maps are pretty. Cantha maps are pretty. They are really pretty. Yeah. I think Path of Fire was fine. I never really got attached to like the All right, I need to switch builds here. Waiting for the last guy here to come in. I think I enjoyed the part of the story. I enjoyed Living World, but I don't know. There's something about the entire Balthazar storyline where I was like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's not bad. It's not terrible. It's okay. Like I just didn't. It didn't click with me. It just didn't. And I think that I think that's just why it's not my absolute favorite. But I do think there's one exciting thing that I want to see happen at some point in a future expansion, especially now that we're exploring the mist as much as we are, and that is that the human gods, the 6, abandoned Tyria. They left our world. They left our world behind to go out and do whatever they wanted to do in the mist. I think it was, you know, the story that they left us with is that they the dragon cycles on Tyria are destructive, and if the gods had to fight the elder dragons, that would leave the world ruined. So they went out into the mists to find a new place for humans. And while
we should finish this,
and Balthazar, I don't remember what he did, but he betrayed them somehow. You know, he didn't go with them, and they imprisoned him down in Brent's realm somewhere, or in the mist somewhere, and Ridlock got him out, something like that. Point is that Balthazar did something bad, and the gods punished him, and we have now killed Balthazar. And the gods didn't punish him themselves by killing him. They punished him by locking him away. So, because he's a being like them, right? He's their brother or however they actually see themselves as a group. And that means that there's a potential storyline at some point for the human gods to come back to Tyria. To go like, oh, we have found this new land for the whoa, what did you guys do to Balthazar? What did you guys do to our brother that we left behind and that we wanted to redeem sometime in the future, right? So the human gods, the remaining 5, can become antagonists, potentially. They could also be helpers. They could, as Tyria becomes more and more exposed to the mists through the gates that we're seeing the Titans come through and stuff like that, the human gods could also notice this and come back to Tyria to help us and be allies. Or most of them can be allies, but, you know, I don't remember who was in love with Brent. One of the other gods really loved Brent or something like that. That god could become the... I think there's a lot of fun to be had with the human gods in the future. Once we get back to that. And I think it could be fit in with our current storyline of, you know, the Shadow Stone that Iskaran has been using to basically keep us out of trouble, to keep us hidden in the mists forever, has been drained. That entire Cryptus thing left us kind of open, and then the Titans got in through a back door again. I think there's a decent chance that we could see some like because what's out there in the mists, everything. The mist is just like wild chaos. It's potential. It's whatever the core. It's dark matter basically, right? It's whatever the core part of the universe is made out of. We need to stand here. All right. This dungeon. That sniper will shoot through 2 of the 3 circles, and the rest of the thing, you'll be one shot if you stand in the sniper's way. You'll be one shot if you stand outside of the circles. So there's one circle you're supposed to stand in, and that circle is, you know, opposite the sniper basically. Oh, I have blue. I need to go out because when you dump this right in the middle of all your teammates, that's really annoying to deal with. So all of that. So yeah, I have a lot of hopes for that. I also want... I made a poll recently where I asked people what storyline they wanted to explore more in the future. And I agree with the majority. I really want to see a storyline where we find out what happened in the Sylvari story, right? We met a single Sylvari that was not off the Pale Tree. He was a free Sylvari that, you know, he was not under Mortimer's control, and he was not born of the Pale Tree, which every single player Sylvari is, and every single other Sylvari NPC we've ever met is. So this other free Sylvari tells us that somewhere out there, where you there, where I have to stand here. This other free Sylvari tells us that most likely there's another Pale Tree out there somewhere, or at least some other, because what the Pale Tree is that the Pale Tree is basically a Mortrim breeding pod. It's supposed to create more Mortrim for Mortimer, but because the seed for the Pale Tree was found by humans and raised with love away from Mortimer doesn't have any power over it, or has limited power over it. So that another Sylvari not born of the Pale Tree is free from Mortimer's control means that somewhere out there something happened, right? And most people are guessing that that's another Pale Tree. That's another Mortrim breeding pod grew up somehow out of Mortimer's influence, outside of Mortimer's influence. But we never, it's just a loose thread. We've never followed up on that experience, on that storyline ever. So who knows, right? But I think that's exciting. Honestly, that's one of the storylines that I would want to see. I want to see that. I want to see what the fuck the human gods are up to, right? And I want to see... Okay, I have a controversial one. I have one that a lot of people don't think is interesting, mostly because Guild Wars has kind of scrapped that storyline, honestly. But in Guild Wars 1, there were a specific amount of bloodstones. There were 5. And these bloodstones were relevant because within each of them, basically the gods had put out a specific school of magic. Guild Wars had schools of magic, and each bloodstone was a locus for a specific school of magic. And I mean, we've blown up a bloodstone in Bloodstone Den, right? So that bloodstone definitely is no longer doing whatever its school of magic is. And you could argue that that was the school of aggression or destruction, because, you know, it caused a lot of destruction when it exploded, and it caused aggression in the way that the people killed by it, their spirits lingered on and,
get up.
You know, got aggressive. So there's some... You can't argue about what kind of stuff makes that. But I think they just said, okay, bloodstones are just something that the Mossad have crafted a lot of. But they crafted shadow stones originally, and then some of them got made into bloodstones when people were sacrificed to them, and bloody. So they've kind of retconned that original concept, which is fine. But it is a little weird because we've never been told that the concept has been retconned. They've just kind of not dealt with it, right? So yeah, I would like a storyline that rounds that off in some way. Like, maybe those 5 bloodstones that happened in Guild Wars 1 were unique because those bloodstones were also put a lot of power into by the human gods when they found them in in Ore, I believe they found those, and together with the humans of Ore, they put a lot of extra magical power into them and did that entire like separating them up into the things. So there could be, you know, we could both have that a lot of bloodstones exist and they are not unique constructs because they can be crafted by the Mossad a lot by just throwing souls into them. And we can have 5 unique ones that the gods empowered with basically Elder Dragon magic in an attempt to make the Elder Dragons stay sleeping. And that's where the schools of magic that the Courts of Ore used came from. I think we can have both. And I think it would be interesting to tie a bow on that instead of just leaving it open for general interpretation and never really, you know, doing anything. Storyline rant over. We're doing strikes. I'm supposed to actually tell you a little bit about what is going on within the strike. Anka, she does stuff, right? She has a lot of mechanics. She's actually one of the strikes that you can be down to if you're not aware of what she's doing. She does those rings, but she also does 4 big rings where you have to make sure you're not dragged out into either of them. It feels like she kind of bugged and didn't do any of those this run through, or maybe I just wasn't aware of them and doing them per automation, but she does a lot of that kind of stuff, basically. And she has this big guy following one of you. If you're followed by him, get out of the group so that you're not pulling him into the group. So that he doesn't deal a lot of damage. All of that stuff. Yeah, have a great time in Netto. Get yourself some cheap monster. Mine has monster for 10 kroner. 10 Danish kroner a piece right now. So love it when they have the good offerings. And thanks for hanging out for so long. It's been a pleasure chatting to you while playing. So I hope to catch you next Monday if you have time then. Let's just click the ready check.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
Usually I prefer to handle these matters in private. But as deathbeds go, you could do worse.
So, I just talked a lot in a row here. Just gonna grab a little bit of strength here. That's fair. I drink a lot of coffee as well. But when I'm lazy, I have a lot of milk in my coffee. So when I'm lazy, I'm
that was a blast.
I don't always want to get milk all the time for my coffee, and then, you know, yeah. I get a lot of stuff from energy drinks. Yeah, I think a lot of people drink these energy drinks, especially, you know, I mean, judging by the time that somebody on Efterskole, like, that is, Efterskole is kind of boarding school. I can't exactly explain Efterskole in English in a short amount of time, but there was a kid like 7 years ago or something that died because he drank like fucking a gazillion Monster in the same day, and he basically had heart failure, and it was bad. So now energy drinks of all kinds are banned from the most Efterskoler because some people couldn't take care of themselves and be responsible. That's what happens, I guess.
To be ostentatious now.
But yeah, so for this strike, you You go kill the general a little bit, and then you go kill some of his henchmen, and then you switch back and forth like that a couple of times. The important thing to know about these three is that you kill the ritualist first, because he just has a lot of annoying attacks. Then you have to separate the enforcer and the mind blade. You can see that this guy has this above his head because he's being targeted by the mind blade. He's supposed to move away from the rest of us, because the enforcer and the mind blade are supposed to be away from each other so that they don't get a large defensive buff. When touched, I'm just going to this target by the mind blade.
I summoned the power of Malak.
Because you can see they are stronger together, they grow stronger when they are near each other, so they have to be just about this distance away from each other. Otherwise, they begin getting the "we are now stronger" bond. So now that they are moving him over closer, because I can see that that guy keeps moving closer, I have to move the enforcer away. But the enforcer does that sometimes, which means you can't always move him away. And then it really comes down to the guy with the mind blade having to move the mind blade out. Yeah. Classic news story hype in Denmark with an easy fix. Yes. It is a super easy fix. You can just like. I get why Efterskoler wouldn't want to actually have to deal with like controlling exactly how much energy drink their students are consuming. It's a lot of bother to have to keep track of that. So I get that it's easier for the schools when faced with bad PR to just say, okay, we'll just, nobody gets it. It's just banned for now. Because there are oftentimes many parents can be unreasonable. There are a lot of reasonable parents out there, but there are also some parents where the problem, in quotation marks, are not their children. It's the parents that... Yeah. No, I don't want to go in that way. I don't want to go in that way. But... Yeah.
How dare you soil my nation?
Yeah, but you know, on the other hand, with cigarettes, I get why those are banned, because, you know, the cigarettes, you can just, you know, you're not supposed to have those before you turn 18 anyways, so, yeah. It's a lot easier. Okay, so these two mini-bosses, or whatever you want to call them, the sniper is easier to damage. When you damage one more than the other, they will get stacks of this destructive aura, where they will equalize their health constantly. And when they equalize their health, each stack of destructive aura will deal a bunch of damage to all players. In normal mode, you can literally just rely on your healers. It's easy enough. But in challenge mode, you have to actually deal with the mechanic itself. And yeah, we're just switching back and forth. The sniper goes up to the different rooftops and begins sniping people. I'm sure there's a mechanic, since you can go up to the rooftops to follow the sniper. I'm sure there's a challenge mode mechanic where you have to do something about it. Again, I'll do challenge modes at some point, but it's not the most important thing that you do when you're just chilling around with the normal modes. You can just kill both of them here. And just deal all of the damage that you can to the sniper, and then the rest to the mech rider.
dispose of you myself, you scum.
And then you come back to this guy, and this guy, you know, he stacks his mechanics. You can see right now, we want to be spread out and not where the rest of the group is, so that we don't get hit by more than one of these. You can see I'm getting a debuff, extreme vulnerability, where if I get hit by 2 of those, I die. And he charges from one set to the other. And he puts 2 things in effect here. Everyone with a circle should go out there, and everyone without a circle should stack behind him. And the reason for that separation is that basically the circles have to have a lot of space, and they want to dodge roll exactly when he does his big attack. But at the same time, they want to be apart from each other, so that they don't stack and kill each other with circle overlapping. Where if they all just take the dodge roll, then the rest don't have to deal with either mechanic and can just stand behind him and focus on dealing more damage. Yeah. So, the last one, the most likely one to fail of the End of Dragon, strikes. Because this is a long one, and it just requires you to mess up at some point during it. 2 seconds, I need a big stretch. Okay, I'm back. So this one is the easiest one to mess up, because it's a long one, and, you know, when you die at the end after having already spent 15 minutes on it, you know, getting back to the beginning can be demoralizing. So, hey, there will be balls. Oh, those balls are the healer's balls. Don't touch the healer's balls until it's time to break them.
We are truly awake.
Focus on
We must
killing
cleanse that corrupted magic.
scorpions
Push it into the
as they
prismatic
spawn, so they don't nibble the healer's balls.
I need healing. Seriously.
So you see the ball here. The mechanic with the ball is that the ball gets momentum every time it's attacked from the direction it's attacked from. And so if a lot of people are attacking from all sides, if it reaches the edge of the map, that's bad. That's going to... it doesn't exactly mean a wipe here the first time, but it can wipe the entire group. So yeah, making sure that you don't touch the healer's balls is very important until you can break the healer's balls, because you should absolutely break the healer's balls. You saw the break bar that came up there at the end. That break bar is, you know, hit it with stuff that breaks it, but don't auto-attack it or anything that doesn't actively help with breaking it, because you still don't want to make it move. You still want to just break it and have it stand in place. And you can see we're going to be filtering through all of the Elder Dragons here. I'm going to wait a little bit here. I'm going to dot roller. Didn't quite get it. We were 3 people around. If I hadn't delayed my departure a little bit there, we would just all have gotten down. So I believe I did the right thing under the circumstances. Anyways, each dragon that the Dragon Void possesses here are going to have different abilities. I think Mordremoth is one of the more annoying ones to deal with, and Saitan can surprise you as well. but otherwise, like, most of them are kind of easy. We kill these scorpions here, and Fractal, while he looks very intimidating back there, he will do each side, and then after each side he will do the middle, and then he will do each side again, and then he will do the middle, and then he will do each side again. So you can just, you know, he does the middle here. When that clears, we just move to the middle immediately, because then we're just ready for the next thing he does. And because we don't have to deal with it in the moment, we can just like, it just doesn't feel like it's a mechanic at all. Super easy, barely an inconvenience, as some YouTubers with weird double first names would say. When we've killed him and a champion mob spawned back here,
You know what to do.
Refreshing. You will not succeed.
And we kill the champion mob
The
first.
Gathers Void shall return to it.
And then again, this is the healer's ball. The healers will deal with the ball. Probably. It's taking a little longer than I'm used to, but it's okay. Ow. And we deal with the mobs that spawn, that aren't allowed to reach the ball. This ball especially is quite dangerous. This is the Heart of Saitan. It leaves a lot of bad stuff behind it, and if you stand in that bad stuff, that's really bad. That kills you really quickly, like really, really quickly. So we want to break it, and we want to not go through that on our way back to the... I have died too many times to count to that shit on the ground there. Oh, Mortimer, you look so cool! Again, I can fanboy all day about how awesome I think Elder Dragons look in Guild Wars. They've really nailed dragons. This is a double up. He will require you to do jumpy jumps while he does the other thing. Easy to mess up, and if you mess up, you risk being knocked over the side or getting a little bit too much damage too early, or just it's... He is definitely one of those that you should be wary about. So this is Saitan. His champion Void Giants spit disgusting stuff at their own feet. You can see there's a disgusting pool, which is what about this encounter can really take you by surprise. And if it does take you by surprise, you can really quickly find yourself dying to Saitan. Like I just did while I was talking about not doing that. Also, if he fears you, and he fears you into the middle pool here, that too is a lot of damage that he's going to be doing to you. Also an easy way to die while he's fighting Saitan. Looks so cool though. Not all of the Elder Dragons in this, of course. Then... Oh right, it's over here that the dragon spawns.
Once more, it's working.
We're now killing a champion Salt Spray Drag. Because we've now moved through all of the other dragons, so the last one left, so to speak, is Su 1. And we all kill the champion, so we don't have to deal with that while we wait for the healers to deal with their balls. I'm just going to do what I told everyone not to do, because the ball was moving a little bit. So I just give it a bit of a push, and then I let the healers do the ball again. Thanks for your great ball funneling abilities, healers. You know, sometimes you have to make a little bit of fun. You have to do a little bit of an innuendo. And we break it.
Reap the whirlwind.
And we kill most of Su 1 here, but there will be one last part of this that we have to deal with. And that is also, and that's one of the things that can be really frustrating, is if you die to this last part, which is that there will be a large ball. There will be a large ball that you have to kill very slowly. This ball.
Don't let it escape the tower.
Careful and slow and steady. So we have to kill this ball now. And it can't reach. We will vibe if this ball reaches the edge. So yeah. And now it has a lot of momentum in the other direction. Oh no! Oh, we're so going to vibe here. This is why you only attack that ball with your auto attacks.
Attack my target. Armored up.
Because
I appreciate the help.
Please, 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 please. There we go. Oh. Has a lot of momentum the other way now. So bad. In a perfect group, so the pro stretch, so to speak, is to be two just about equal groups that go to each side of that ball. And then, like, auto attack them from each side. So if you're 5 people on each side, both sides auto attacking, that can help a lot. But yeah, we were lucky. We got up. That was, you know, great. We won. We got it. First try, easy, not even close. MLM Pro Strats. Skibbity Ohio.
I'm up.
Whatever you have to say to win. I'm just gonna DD here to allow people to get up. And you can see all the loot we get here, like 4 gold, and this is another like 20 silver, and 16 shards is also a bunch of money. A lot of stuff, a lot of rewards. I'm gonna do COCM and Norm next. Anyone who wants is welcome to stay. If you haven't done the CM of CO before, please watch the video I will put up in the group message. It's 4 minutes and gives you the basics. So we're now going to the Wizard's Tower. Woo! Okay, we're not doing that before we leave this instance, apparently. But yeah, we're getting... we've done like... The stream is 4.5 hours now, and we've done a Convergence, the daily Fractal run, the meta event in New Kaineng, all the Icebrute Saga strikes and Dragonstorm, as well as the End of Dragon strikes. So we only have 2 strikes left, and then we're basically done for the week, right? In less than 5 hours, we are done for the week. In terms of difficult PvE content. You can do more convergences. Doing 3 a week is a good number, because that gives you the optimal amount of loot from the weekly runs of that. If you have the time during the week, I always suggest doing the strikes on different days. Like, instead of doing all of the End of Dragons at once, do the daily End of Dragons each day for 4 days. Get the weekly achievement, but get bonus loot each day. The same with COCM and POF here. Okay, so who has roles? Any heal boom left. Just making sure that I know what I'm putting up. Nice. And then I'm gonna tap out really quickly because I am just going to open YouTube, and I am going to, in YouTube, write get to the point COCM, because Muckluck is the guy who wrote a great guide on I don't have ad-free viewing. So I'm just gonna wait for this YouTube ad to end for the Nintendo Switch 2. I'm not going to buy that console, but you know. There you go. You're welcome for the tiny amount of money for that ad, Muckluck. So watch this one. Here we go. And we're going to go back and we're going to edit squad message and say the guide video. Search. Get to the point COCM on YouTube. It's a Muckluck video. There we go. Now the squad message. Awesome. Will you flex boom whatever healer we get first? Then Aurora. And it's perfect. So we are going to be doing the same thing that we've done with the other ones, which is I'm just going to put this down here to hide the friend list. There we go. Put you up here. Then say strike missions. And then we're going to say COCM plus POF Tough Temple of Phoebe NM, and we are looking for one boon heal. Boop. Oh right, edit group description and then say have some KP or be willing to watch video in a group message. There we go. I want people to either have, again, I don't believe this is so difficult that people need a lot of experience and a lot of kill proof and whatever. I don't think, you know, requiring 10 kill proof or 5 kill proof doesn't, it seems fine. That seems reasonable. I just want people to either have the experience or be willing to watch something that they that actually shows them visually what to look out for when they do the mechanics. And I think that's what the Muckluck video does really well. It's a really good video for getting those very, very basics in. He doesn't waste a lot of time describing a lot of stuff. He just shows you the core mechanics and how to avoid them. And so that's, again, one of the reasons I'm probably never going to do raid or strike guides, because I believe the Muckluck guides are already the best quality that can exist, basically. Some people will need other guides. Some people will need guides that are more in-depth. But there are also people doing those guides. And I would, if I had to do a guide, I would probably, like on a strike mission, I would probably model it after the Get to the Point series Muckluck has done. Because it's a great series. And, you know, if I'm going to model it on his series anyways, I might as well just link people over to his videos and focus on making the guides that I enjoy and that I think that I have something unique and to give, which is, you know, how to make all of the money that you can from the activities that you enjoy the most in the game. So that's where I keep, you know, my court, my way of doing stuff. Right, while waiting, we can, of course, do the classic inventory wars too.
You can never have too much treasure.
Loot all of our stuff. Boop, boop. And plop in there, and we got a lot of exotics from this one. Very nice. Boop. 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 And use all
You
of
can
you,
never have too
and I
much
have enough
treasure.
space to use all of you immediately as well. So I can say salvage all rares. And then salvage all fine or lower. And then get all of this out of the way so that I can open all of these. So that I can salvage them. Did I just salvage everything with my Silverfit salvage-o-matic? Oh, that's bad. That's a lot of wasted money. It's only profitable with the masterwork and the what's it called? The fine blue and greens to do with the copper fit. I just bought my copper fit earlier today, so that's why I don't have a lot of gold on hand right now. It's because I just bought both the copper fit and I believe I bought the rune salvages something as well. I think. Rune. Did I not? Did I maybe... I exchanged the gems to buy it, but forgot to actually use the gems to buy it. There we go. So now I have these three. I'll learn how to use the rune crafters. I know that there are some specific items you're supposed to use the rune crafters on, but I don't know it. I don't know which ones. But I will learn which ones. Now that I actually have bothered to pick up the item. Tomorrow, all of these scrolls will become one big thing. So, that's going to be nice. And again, in case you aren't aware, like, see these gems, don't think of them as something you have to buy with money. Think of them as something you buy with gold. 189 gold gives you the 400 that you require for the Silverfit salvage-o-matic. Oh, somebody is a Q heal. Yeah, welcome and thanks. So we're moving you down into this group, and we are now changing the group description to look for DPS. And I don't need to update it any more than that. That means that So if you can ADPS Aurora, that would be swell. A little heart there to show the people that we love them for joining us, and that's great. Okay. So anyways, the most expensive one, the copper fit. Like, I'd say the most important one is the silver fit, because the silver fit gives you more, what are they called, globs of ectoplasm, and you need globs of ectoplasm for a lot of perfect, welcome. You need the globs of ectoplasm for a lot of legendary crafting and a lot of ascended crafting, and they are worth a lot of money. So also because it's the cheapest, it will pay itself off faster. So, you know, doing the perfect. I'd grab the silver fit one first. I'd probably grab the copper fit second, but that's because I don't actually know what I want to do with the rune fit, the rune crafters. I know that there are things that you should salvage with this one specifically, but I don't know which ones. So I'm gonna look it up after this stream at some point so that I can use it right. But yeah, what is the total, right? If you want all 3 of these right now when they are on sale, that's 600, that's 1,000, that's 1,120, 1,520. 1,520. 719 gold. That is a bunch of gold. That's a lot of gold, sure, but it's not that much gold. I could probably, you know, if I didn't have them right now and I wanted to get them from the stuff, like, you know, you save up a bunch of stuff from all kinds of places and you add it to your big material storage pile, and then you can slowly like grab things out as you need them. So I would probably grab a lot of these writs and convert them to imperial favors, which I can convert. I know that there is an efficient conversion somewhere with a vendor. I don't remember the vendor, but I'm making a video on that soon, so you'll probably see that soon. I would grab all of my tier 4 materials here, season 4 materials here, and I would eat them for volatile magic, and I would buy the big stuff from that. W Andor. Perfect. Welcome. And you stop. I could sell the Memories of Oreen. I could sell the Antique Summoning Stones. Could sell my Jade Rune Stones that I also just pick up from daily doing stuff with my characters. I can convert my Eternal Ice Shards. I'm almost full on my Globs of Ectoplasm. I don't need 900 of these. I could take a stack of these. Just sell that. Say sell a trading post. That's 74 gold. I'm not gonna do it right now because this swings. My experience is that these swing between 26 silver and 32 silver, and so I'm probably not going to sell them before I begin having do you have the KP? I mean, I just, one of the guys that just joined was just like, hey, I've done it the CM a few times of Cosmic Observatory, and you know, we can't link achievements to each other in this game, so we can't actually prove that we've done the challenge mode by that. We have to have the kill proof, and there are 2 ways to have the kill proof in this game. You either have the kill proof you can either have the kill proof by keeping the chests with lots of nice
refreshing
loot in your inventory, or you can, not an add-on, but you need to give a website your API key. Or, yeah, keep chests full of loot. Yeah. Welcome. I generally take some KP for challenge mode, or again, the video watching fills the same purpose. It's not all that difficult, especially CEO. but it's nice to commit people to having done the research footwork. Thanks. Do 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 do. Well, one of our DPSs just left because someone came up. It happens, and it does take some time to create these groups. Again, one of the things that I would recommend you do when you're doing the group, if you have nothing to do, instead of just standing around and waiting for the group to form, you can do stuff like go out and say, okay, but I will then go to Inanios, because then I'm going to go around and grab some greater arcane chests so that I can get some loot while waiting. That's just one small way to optimize your gains. That's gains with a C, by the way, because we're cool here on this channel. If you can't tell, I'm pretty old. I was going to say cool or down with the youth, or, but yeah, I'm
make it with
I'm pretty old.
From the skies. Pathos champion,
Get
your
the
skill may help
one.
us gain dominance. Skill and your ally companion.
But yeah, while waiting for the group to form, we can just chill up here.
You, over here.
There's a less arcane chest there. I'm not even going to bother with it because I don't expect to be waiting like for my full rotation necessarily. So I'm just going to be doing the greater ones. Which there's one here.
Nice gear.
And Summonite is Orichalcum. I like grabbing Orichalcum whenever I can. And also, I have my gathering tools with the bonus Season 4 currency stuff. Which makes it a big value to just grab all kinds of stuff. You can see I get volatile magic every time I harvest stuff. Volatile magic is honestly, ironically, if you want to do the home instance, I have a video on this, but if you want to do the home instance stuff, most of your money from getting your home instance stuff is going to be from the volatile magic gathering on your tools. That's just gonna some of the nodes.
That looks valuable.
Some of the nodes do earn themselves in within a year, but only if you have those tools. So that's something like the bauble bubbles. Bauble bubbles will they will earn themselves in quickly-ish, but they will only do so because they give you like 30 copper per day of harvest through the bauble bubbles themselves, the baubles themselves, and they give you like a silver 70 copper or something through the that's called Season 4 materials. So yeah, those tools, very valuable. Also something that you can consider spending money on, because it pays itself off in the long term. And they are also, if you sometimes go into other people's home instances, they're going to increase the value of a full home instance from another person as well. So you don't even have to have your own home instance to take advantage of the tools. But they are expensive. They are like 1,200 gold or something like that. Okay. I want to get up here though. We can just do that calculation actually. Tool. So any of the big tool sets. Are the tools over here? Do they consider it they do consider it something like this. There should be packets of... There we go. Infinite tray, gathering tools, infinite elemental, 2,700 gems. They come with 3 Black Lion glyph selection containers. And that's the important part, because those selection containers will allow you to select the glyphs that give a bunch of karma. Not a bunch of karma, you don't want the karma ones, you want the Season 4 material ones. Okay, so 2,700 gems. How much is that right now? If you want to purchase that right now, that is custom exchange 2700, 1,289 gold. But you know, it's gonna pay that off. I get that. I keep myself busy doing random stuff while waiting. So, yeah, it's one of the important parts. Sometimes you wait a long time for groups to form.
That looks valuable.
Meta commander. I'm just chilling while waiting for a COCM group to form. Someone asked in the map meta question mark, so I just wanted to make sure that people didn't begin joining this group because they expected me to do, you know, the meta event here. Squad. Nice. Welcome. I think we only need DPS for now. But nice to have flexibility. Indeed. There we go. I'm a little worried that these people are joining my squad because they just see me in this map and they assume that this means I'm doing meta in this map, but I'm not. So I'm going to have to ask them here in a second whether they are Fasol and Meluxide. Are you... What roles are you, and do you have KP, or are you watching video? Oh, was Flux the Q heal? Group 2, anyone Q heal right now? Otherwise, Feisty Revenant, you get that honor. Perfect. Thanks.
You can never have too much treasure.
Okay. That was the roundup there. I'm going back to the Wizard's Tower because I don't have anything more to do out there. I could begin exchanging some, what are they called? Spirit shards. That's a way to fill the time as well. You fill up on spirit shards passively through play, it just happens. So just slowly filling up on those, getting more and more and stuff. It's always good. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm just gonna kick for Saul. Saul didn't answer and joined from those. So I'm assuming they just thought I was doing meta. Jeg danser, danser, stanser, sanser kun dig. Hvorfor løb du dog din vej? Her, welcome. The you don't need specific amounts in them. I think you should, based on the graphic, but it just wants stacking for some reason. Did I hear from a Kaiko? Yes, I did. Hey, welcome, Keiko. Do you have KP or are you watching video? One of the things I think is important as commander is to make them verbally tell you that they're watching the video, because sometimes people might just join the VIP. Just join and just I'm just gonna whatever. What you couldn't see is that they just I said, hey, welcome. Do you have KP or are you watching video? And they just responded with yes. Honestly, I'm fine with that. It's not too bad. But oftentimes, oh, there we go. I just sent the link. Thanks. But yeah, I like to just follow up with people as they join, see, do you have some kill proof to show, or are you going to watch the video? Because it's easy to join and just like kind of not say anything and hope it just flies through. But if you have to, it's harder for people to lie actively, basically. So just confronting them, making them say yes, means there's a higher chance that they're actually watching the video if they need to do that. And we want them to do that because we want, we want this to go as smoothly as possible, basically. Perfect. I'm gonna make a ready check. If you're a video watcher, just wait.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
Till the video is done with clicking ready. Wait, it's not a long wait anyways.
Sharper still. You cannot take my power.
Gandhi cleanse is
Target
nice
identified.
because people always max might for each other anyways. Slash squad. Sure. I can't respond in whisper for you for some reason, Ursilki, but Condi, my gen, I think. We always max might in all groups.
You cannot take my power.
Somebody gave us food, which is nice. It's gonna click this one, and we're gonna do the ready check, and then we're actually gonna do this. Whoop, 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 whoop. Just getting the energy back in the room after, you know, waiting for a while for this strike to happen. Woo! Okay. And we're good. We're going. We are. This is going to be so fun.
Refreshing.
People know what to do, clearly. And checking if it's me. It's not me. And the guy it is already at the back. We're just so good here. Off to a great start. She has less than 5 seconds left to do the aura thing. Pick that up. Well.
You will obey.
Throw it. And somebody else also picked one up, but it seems like they might have thrown it before she was finished being invulnerable. She, for some reason, when she does that little weird trick, feels like it's kind of a bug, because it's a mechanic that she usually does together with other stuff, and when she does it single there, it just seems like it shouldn't happen, and she stops being targetable for a while. It's very weird. Yeah, I've never. You should dodge as many of those as you can when you're doing this boss, because the boss, everyone you don't dodge, every single one of them you don't dodge leaves you dealing 25% less damage, which is a lot of a damage. Like, that's big. 25% for every one. That I got targeted by 2. That means that there was a while there where I was doing literally 50% damage. Oh my god, someone isn't respecting the clouds. Eep. It's really bad. It's okay though. What I look for in this is generally the timer up here. If you have 7.5 minutes left after the first run, or whatever you want to call it, and you have 5 minutes after the second, you know, the phase where we're fighting minions is what I'm trying to say. If you have 7.5 minutes after the first minion phase, 5 minutes after the second minion phase, and 2.5 minutes after the third minion phase, then you are golden when it comes to getting, you know, all of this done in time. Because she won't have a 4th minion phase. So if you have 1/4 of the timer left after the 3 minion phases, I mean, what's she even going to do to you, right? You'll have so much time left over. That isn't me. This. And when she goes below, I'm always checking the demonic aura timer. When it's below 10 seconds, you can pick up a new thing to be prepared to throw it again when her timer goes off. 2, 1, done. Click the thing. She is immediately broken again because 2 of us did this. Easy mechanical advantage. think all the minions went over here, but all the players are over there for some reason. Okay, so when you're not the commander, go to where the commander is in that phase, right? Like here, I should go to them because if everyone else is doing something that's different, then you have to go to them because you have to. I have to give quickness to everyone, right? So I have to be near them so I can keep giving quickness because otherwise everything is going to take a lot longer. But the only one you can actually use as a comparison to see where should I go is the commander. So I would always go to the commander in this phase, right? Because we want to stack up so that as many of us as possible are on the mobs at the time. Someone else is doing that. Do you know if weekly Wizards Vault quests will reset with the special quest resetting? I mentioned that a little earlier that I am unsure. I get this feeling of some sort that it will. I get this like, I think it kind of will maybe, but I am unsure enough that I think it's a good idea to, if you have some time left over today, get it done, you know. Do some Wizards Vaulting. But yeah, I can't tell you for sure. Okay, we need to break her now. People had a lot of breakage going through, so that's great. It's basically an easy win when people are that good at breaking. Oh, you know, good at breaking the boss. Go. We have our special action banked up for when she is no longer broke. So that we can immediately break her again. Notice that we had a guy die at like the 5-minute mark. So we've been playing with a person not active for half of this battle-ish. I want you to note that because when we win, and we've done about half the battle with 9 people, I just want that to reassure you that you shouldn't be too worried about actually, you know, the timer and how tight or loose that timer is. Just know that it's gonna be fine. If all of the people you have in here have a build, you know, they are actually going to snow pros or meta battles and picking out a build, and you have the roles that you want to have, and all of that standard stuff is in place, you should be able to technically just 9-man this, just have a DPS down, and that will be fine. And just to make sure that we know that I'm not trying to make fun of Starcrow for dying, because I am sometimes, I won't say regularly because usually I do fine, but sometimes I fuck something up and I'm the guy lying in the dirt being dead. Oh, I accidentally clicked my special action button because it was break time and I got scared. But it looks like other people were good as well. But yeah, I am sometimes the guy who dies at some point during this encounter. So that is just to say, it happens. Even to the best of us. I'm not the best of us, but, you know, it probably happens to the best of us as well. There we go. People are GGing instead of racing, that's also fine. easily do that. And
You cannot take my power.
I just wanted to see what I just looted. I didn't recognize the handheld disaster, but I have the skin unlocked, so I guess I have gotten that or something like that in the past. Anyways, we are now finishing up with that. We just have to do... I keep calling it Path of Fire, but it's called Temple of Phoebe. TOF, not POF. But yeah, we are going to go over and do that as the last one. And then we'll have done all of our weekly strikes, all of our... Well, it's daily fractals, and the IBS strikes are daily as well, but we will have gotten through the weekly quests. We will have at least done 1 day's worth of fractals to get the loot to keep purchasing the deeply discounted fractal keys, so that we can keep earning on that. Let's just have a check. You can drop a... This magnificent coffer can drop an 1,800 golds infusion. It didn't. But it did drop an ascended piece of gloves, which is... that's fine. It's a drop. It's a drop. I shouldn't complain about free ascended gear, I guess. Nope. We're just doing this one normal mode, so this isn't going to be super difficult, but I'll go over some of the mechanics that I see people not really follow anyways, which is in a second here, he will likely mark all of us and basically, yeah, do this. And we want to spread out, and we want to not stand next to him. It doesn't really matter how far out we get these, but this next mechanic, he's going to make this thing turn around, and standing in the pools damages you and makes you move slower, so you want to have no pools in melee range, so that it's as easy as possible for people to just move slowly around him here. And then there's this one, and I never remember. It's the two on the sides are the ones you want to do here, this one and this one. And it's always the two on the sides that you want to do. But I can never remember which one you want to do first. So, you know, whichever one the group does, I guess. Probably fine. And that's an example actually on, like, I as the commander have no idea what we are going to do at that point, but someone in the group always does, so we are always fine anyways. And remember to get out with this. And back into him. He's going to do this little thingy thing, spinny spin. You spin me right round, baby, right round. And then no more of that in case they are copywriting the beat spin song. You know what kind of parts of the internet I grew up with people pranking each other on. If you don't know what meatbin is, don't look it up. It's a haha gay porn thing that people send to each other as pranks in the, you know, mid-2000s, start 2010s, stuff like that. You should need to dodge roll this one, so, you know, do that, otherwise you get down. I'm going to pretend like I never brought that website up, but, you know, if you heard it, just don't go there. There is literally nothing good there. It's just something people use to prank each other. Moving right along.
expected.
Now I have that on my mind, so let's just clear that out with a nice little
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
something copyright free.
Dodge this.
That was a verse from Den Blå Anemone, or the Blue Anemone, which is his name is Kaineng, and he is an old Danish, well, you know, songwriter from very, very long ago, but we still sing this song regularly in Denmark. We have this movement called Højskolebevægelsen, which is...
That feels good.
Højskole literally translates to high school, but it's not high school. It's outside of the normal education system, and it's a place where we go to get dannede, to I don't think you have an English word for it, but the German word that you sometimes use is Bildung, and it's a word that means knowing about and understanding the society you live in, where it comes from and how to interact with it, having democratic understanding, and yeah. So we go to højskole to get dannede, and we have a songbook called Højskolesangbogen, or the high school songbook, Højskole songbook, which is a songbook that we generally anyways,
you can never have too much.
And this songbook has a lot of... Dannelse means liberal indoctrination. Yes-ish. You have to remember that Denmark is a socialist country at its core.
You can never
we are,
have too much
especially when you compare us. Not all of us are socialists, and there are some hardcore capitalists out there, and we have some hardcore conservatives and all kind of stuff. But we are, at our core, pretty socialistic. We have a lot of socialism going around in Denmark, so it's an interesting mixture of socialist indoctrination and liberal indoctrination. Dannelse, because it does mean to, you know, also care for your fellow man and do all of that stuff. Anyways, I was not actually going to discuss dannelse. I was going to discuss the concept of us having a songbook that has a lot of the Danish songs that means a lot to us culturally. Because it's a songbook that we use a lot in Denmark, in a lot of different contexts. Some people don't like it. Some people think it's old school, but it's actually something that it's important to also see in its full context. Because they update that shit. They have the newest version, the 19th version of the high school songbook, the Højskolesangbogen, is a version that includes songs that are that describe stuff that happens to us in our modern society. So that includes a song that's called Ramadan in København, or Ramadan in Copenhagen, which is, the song itself is not very, it doesn't really say a lot. It's a guy who walks around the streets of Copenhagen, and he knows that it's the Muslim holiday of Ramadan because some windows in the Copenhagen streets have those light things that they put in the windows when it's time for that fasting time. So And it's literally just that. But it's something that you wouldn't have seen a song from the 1800s say, because there just wasn't as much of a Muslim culture, subculture living in Denmark. So it updates itself with whatever the culture currently is. It also has my current favorite song in the book. It's called Hvad tænker Ingrid på, or What is Ingrid Thinking About? And it's about a girl biking home from work, and she's thinking about an argument that she had with her boyfriend, and she's just considering that communication is hard and being in a relationship is hard. And it's a very simple think piece about just how we communicate with each other and how being in a relationship it's work, man. You can't just do it. And I think it encapsulates the spirit of what we're actually concerned about today, way more than some of the songs that are like, "Oh, God made our world," or, we have one about fall that's like, no, that's the Apple. That's the late summer Apple one. Anyways, we have a lot of God praising songs because, we're a Christian country. There's a lot of Christian cultural, indoctrination going on. We're more culturally Christian than we're actually believers nowadays, but what can you do? You're just teasing you're one of those hardcore conservatives? I mean, makes sense. We have all kinds. I believe that any country is stronger by having a large variety of opinions inside of the, political freedom of speech. It's really important. We need people that say, hey, there are a lot of things that we did better back in the day. We have been dismantling a lot of our, where I agree with conservatives about some things. Like, we have been dismantling our healthcare system and how we look after a lot of our both elderly population, but also the sickly and the young and all that kind of stuff. I think that we should maybe regress. We should be a little bit regressive and get back to a time when we did more of that, where we weren't just doing tax cuts for the rich. But I also believe that it's important that in a globalized society, we need some people to say, hey, we also need to consider the needs of the businesses and the needs of growth and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to live in a capitalistic world, but we do. And if Denmark doesn't have someone touting those beliefs, Denmark might risk falling behind other countries that don't have as many scruples as us. And so I think liberalism has its place in the cultural debate as well. But I mean, I'm socialist. I'm not a communist, but I am a socialist. I believe that the wealthiest people should have their money redistributed to the people who are struggling to get by, and I believe we have enough money to go around to do that, and I believe a lot of stuff. It's not, you're welcome on this channel no matter your belief, as long as your belief doesn't exclude someone, right? As long as you're not a person that thinks that, the easy example are, the Germans in the 1930s, right? Don't be one of those guys, and we're cool, right? Don't believe that other people don't have a right to exist, and we're cool. I believe there's value in differing opinions other than that. And I won't be talking too much politics, but it's difficult not to when you talk about movements like like Daniel's and the high school movement and stuff like that. And I think that's very important culturally, and I think that's something that we could it's fun and nice for people who are not from Denmark to know about Denmark. That is one of the things that we have a strong cultural heritage for here. Like our volunteering heritage, right? We have a lot of volunteers in Denmark. And when I say volunteers, I don't mean go to Africa. We have a lot of those too, but I don't mean go to Africa for a year, do stuff like down there volunteers. I mean, a lot of our society is, what's it called? Like, associations, foreninger. not unions, because it's not, you know, unions against businesses. These are associations. They are groupings of people that do volunteer to go make role-playing for kids, or do soup kitchens around the country, or meet up and discuss the very important, like, model train collections that they have, or in the city I live in, we have a small city park, but it's not managed by the I guess kommune actually translates to commune, which when you say it in English sounds a lot more communist than it actually is. It's just our communes are like the states of Denmark. Like if the USA is a collection of states, Denmark is a collection of communes. Lesser authoritative bodies that, you know, do some part of the lands and have their own mayor and stuff like that. And they don't take care of our city park really, but we have a bunch of volunteers that jump on their lawn mowing tractors every, I think it's Wednesday they do it, and they go down and they mow the entire thing and, you know, make it look very nice, because, and that's just a part of Danish culture. We have a lot of this. People volunteer to do stuff for each other, and that's the way that we all, like, kind of benefit. And that creates trust among each other in our society, and that is, a lot of economic books are written about how trust is one of those hidden factors that makes the Danish economy so incredibly strong, despite not necessarily having the right to be that strong. So I think that's a part of culture that's important, no matter whether you're, you know, liberal or conservative or socialist or whatever your thing is. There's an argument that the liberals saved the economy from the leftists, although it veers into Hegelian dialectics. I think there's an argument for that. I think there's also an argument that the leftists, led by Stauning, saved the economy from, you know, fascism. So, because the Kanslergadeforliget happened, we made sure that we didn't actually veer into authoritarian and became, you know, we still surrendered to the Nazis, but we did fight back against them also after they conquered us. And most of that, the reason we didn't become voluntarily fascist, a lot of people summarizes in what Stauning made happen through Kanslergadeforliget. That's a lot of Danish history. I'm sorry, I have a lot of opinions. And people are here for gaming, and I'm out of gaming for today. I don't have anything more to show you. I already did all of the weekly stuff that is supposed to show you, so I'm just talking about things that matter in my daily life, and I am enjoying the conversation with Thetis, where it seems like we have differing political viewpoints, but, you know, that doesn't mean that we can't have a nice and civilized debate about it, and I think that's important. Because the alternative is what's happening in America, and America is doing terrible things right now. Oh my god. Yes. So anyways, I think that's a nice place to leave it right now, before it gets too out of hand. I've had a great time streaming today. It's been nice chatting to people like you, Thetis. And I will be, hopefully it'll be done by Friday. I'm doing my very best to make that happen, but I am a person who isn't doing this, you know, I'm still doing this as volunteer work, so to speak. I'm doing this without getting any money right now for it, so, you know. So that means that when things come up in real life, I have to deal with them, unfortunately.
What do you mean?
Hate that. Stauning did a lot of stuff. The Greenland thing was also big. Yeah, the Greenland thing was also big. That's true. We have a lot of cool history in Denmark, honestly. Like, from all sides, people have been doing great things. And then, you know, we got Anders Fogh, and that started the entire... slowly, everything began being about... Let's try to save, you know, cut taxes, make sure we can slowly, and we still have a high tax rate, right? But every time we cut taxes, we have to cut it from something, and usually that something means the people who don't have a lot have to pay more because the state no longer covers that naturally, and the people who already have a lot, yeah. I'm trying to say, go, like, when this is over, when this stream is over, and it is in a moment, go watch Gary's Economics, because we have to tax the rich, and I'm not talking about people who have nice cushy jobs. I'm talking about the ultra rich. And there are ways to do that, and they can't stop it, because they can't just move to the Cayman Islands, because they can't move their factories. We can still tax the ground their factories stand on. We can do it. It's gonna be difficult. Gary's Economics, that's the YouTube channel to follow for that one. I'm going to stop this stream here, and I'm going to link that channel in the description, and I'm going to put that channel at the end here, and people can go watch that. Have a nice one. Thank you for watching. See you guys next Monday, where we'll stop being political again and start doing video games again. Bye bye. Thank you.